KUAM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Kosinya uli di sombranzelten mag et zu ita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzen malak estrezas durante todo em memu a nogi distância como kupugi palu zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa giluk tanu man libri sentamiti man ko badi
Time to know nyagi toru iluga Paraiona Parai Gloria a big isla sen Paraiona Parai Gloria a big
Let's have a good time. 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 Let's have a good time.
Let's get like gypsies, hang out, get tipsy. Jet lose might diss me. Never heard me Christmas Eve, but still you're listening. Decorate your Christmas tree, wrap up those gifts for kids. Jump into that Christmas spirit. Oh, you do Hanukkah. It's all good, come chill with us. Let's smoke that, enjoy that cool buzz. Turn on those Christmas lights. Put aside your family fights. You know the feeling's right. Let's have a good time.
Let's have a good time. Let's have a good time. Let's have a good time. Let's have a good time. Let's have a good time. Let's have a good time. Let's have a good time. Let's have a good time.
Let's have a good time.
Let's have a good time.
We had an okay time. It was Christmas with the family, so it's always awesome to spend it with the family. Good morning, Guam. Time 6:14 in the morning. Another show being brought to you guys by Calvo Enterprises and ITE. We are back with a whole new week with The Link here with myself, Victorious, your host, Sabrina Salas, Matt Tinani, Andy Wheeler in the Zoom room, Jason Salas here, and Joe Sir. Welcome back. Good morning. Welcome to The Link.
Good morning. That was your 3-day weekend, everybody.
It's chill.
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 Yeah, I think chill is the word. It was pretty relaxing. And like this whole year, I completely lost track of days. Like I felt like Saturday was a Monday, and it was just weird. But yeah, it was nice. Relaxed. Just spent time at home. Obviously, that's what I've been doing all year. So yeah, it was good.
Yeah. I got some Christmas shopping done on Saturday.
Nice.
Okay, you didn't get that.
That's a good time to do it because then they're trying to get rid of all the Christmas stuff. You're like, okay, discount.
Yeah, nobody was at the mall, so I had free reign, so it was pretty good.
Okay, can I just say something like incredibly dorky, like I always tend to do? Not like this
I was
is like.
gonna say you don't need to.
Okay, I just want to say we had some winners
Jason.
and losers. I mean, everybody was a winner because everybody celebrated Christmas. Christmas itself was a big winner, but I want to say, by all accounts, and it seems according to the internet, Wonder Woman 1984 was a massive epic fail. So that did not do so well.
It wasn't any good?
Everybody said like the plot is very, very thin. There's no action. It kind of sucks. But I want to say, also according to the internet, the overwhelming, the undisputed heavyweight champion, what won the weekend was hot cocoa bombs. Did you guys see those?
Oh, those are good.
Oh my god, dude! I mean, it's like,
Bro.
okay, you see one and it's like, okay, it's clever, and then you see like 2 or 3, it's like, dude, this is a thing. Do you even know what I'm talking about, Bree?
Yes, I do.
Those are crazy.
Joan gifted me a is it La Vie.
Oh, you have one?
Yeah, I had one. Well, I gave it to my son, the cocoa bomb, and he loved it. I was like, "Can I try?" He's like, "No."
No, my
so
friend
good,
friend
dude.
Shalyn sent me a video of her and her daughter, like they were trying it, and like the kids were like, eyes were like huge and everything like that, and I was like, okay, bath bombs have been a thing for like
Yeah.
a few years now, but I was like, okay, hot cocoa bombs, obvious, and then you pour the hot milk on top of it, and then
Yeah, and it melts.
yeah, and I saw one that was a Grinch one, but it's green.
What?
I
Yeah,
guess
people
it's like
getting creative
like
with it.
mint chocolate or something like that. But then
Wow.
and then the marshmallows like burst out from it, which is kind of like, which is kind of disgusting if you think about it. But I mean, it works.
No way.
You made it disgusting.
No, I mean,
yeah,
bro.
how do you make hot cocoa?
Yeah,
and turn
Jason
into
kind of
something
made that
disgusting?
gross. Yeah, that's
It looks like an animal giving
Itself is
birth.
not.
I mean,
What
which should be a beautiful thing. I mean, it may look like the scene from Alien too, but I mean, I'm not going there.
You're watching Animal Discovery or something?
No, but I mean, and I went on there and I saw it on TikTok, I saw it on Instagram, and I just kept jamming. I was slamming the hashtag like hot cocoa bombs, and I must have seen like 80
You put
different videos.
Hashtag hot cocoa bombs. Hashtag disgusting.
Yeah. No, but I mean, it's super cool. So at least in my world, and like I am like, next level dork. This is no breaking news. hot cocoa bombs won the weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, of
I
course.
bet you could make it with
I'm
coffee.
doing the happy dance.
Oh yeah, we were mixing with coffee too. Like right when it bursted, we just put a little
The
coffee,
coffee.
and boom, you get to go.
Yeah.
I guess I'm the only one that hasn't seen these.
Yeah.
They're amazing. They're
Well,
just-
you
They're
have
pretty
not been indoctrinated, Andy, into the hot cocoa
Eh.
bombs.
I'm gonna have
Academy.
to make them. Actually.
How would you do a DIY hot cocoa bomb? I was thinking about
You
that.
get the
though.
molds, the
Is that what it's called? The little.
ball molds or whatever. Then you do both sides, or you can use an egg, and then you dip. You make it. You melt the chocolate, and then you put it in the mold. Then you put it in the refrigerator. Then you get the hot cocoa stuff, pour it inside, and you throw some marshmallows, and then get the other half, and then you seal it,
Oh.
and then you could put your little decorations and stuff on top.
But I mean, we had toys like that, when we were kids. Remember, like those little tiny, they were like freeze dried like sponges, and then you would pour and then they would put them in in a little plastic capsule, and then you pour hot water over it, and then the capsule would melt, and then all of a sudden the sponge absorbs the water and it became like this maybe like 4-inch, like a dinosaur or a giraffe or a robot.
Oh, I thought you meant something you could eat. No, I don't.
I mean, I guess you could, but that would be disastrous. But no, okay. You know what? Shame on me for not having our comments up while I was doing the happy dance. And I do want to say, going on right now in the Let's Battle for Trevor Lawrence game right now, otherwise known as the Who Gives a Damn Bowl, the Jets are leading the Browns.
Who gives a damn bowl?
I mean, if you like,
Wow. Are you giving a
His
score,
feet
or
said
are
a
you
Jets
just,
fan.
and then all of a
Okay, well,
sudden
of course, Debbie from Bardstown, Kentucky joins in with sage wisdom. She goes, hot cocoa bombs are delicious. Grandbabies love them. Awesome.
See, kids love them.
Okay, so Sabrina, I guess, because we had Breeze Holiday Baking Club, the inaugural. We launched this maiden voyage last week, so that has to be a new KUN annual tradition. And I think, raise your hands right now, including Andy in the Zoom room. Raise your hands, Link crew, if we want to see Sabrina do a DIY hot cocoa bomb before New Year's.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, I'd love to
I'm
see
lifting
that.
my
Go.
knees too.
2 hands.
You know what would make for an even better video is to have Jason do a
Exactly.
DIY.
Oh, right.
Okay.
We are actually having a DIY segment this week. We're partnering with Kimmy over at IWS.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I think it's Wednesday. She's going to drop off these boxes for us, and she's going to come in through Zoom, and we're going to make some New Year's Eve cocktails together on the show.
Who?
Oh, so those would pair well with
No,
a hot
not
cocoa bomb.
hot cocoa bombs. No.
You want to
Okay,
spice
but
it up
you
just
know,
a little bit?
hey, and I've said this a bunch of times. I am a tech dork, all right? There isn't a digital device on earth I cannot make talk to me, but when it comes to cooking, I'm terrible. So, I mean, if we want to make the DIY hot cocoa bomb, I'm willing to try, but maybe also have like a stomach pump on the side.
I think that would be great. First step in the video is showing Jason where his kitchen is.
And we got to figure out some way to disable screenshotting on all phones prior to doing that.
All right. Well, I'll tell you.
Okay, you know what? And a lot of people are in the comments right now. People lifting, they're using the hand emoji. So everybody wants to see Bree make DIY hot cocoa. I will. Maybe we should all try. I would love to see a Joe Sir hot cocoa bomb.
Ooh.
Probably be really good.
Probably just add coffee to mine. Spice it up with some coffee. Ooh.
Oh, there you go. Yep. Okay, so hot cocoa bombs is a thing. We all agree, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, nice.
Okay, well, we got a bomb show today.
Ooh, hey.
We got, of course, starting with Landon Idolette
Very
with
clever.
your
Oh,
weather.
it's Brandon, it's the brother.
It's Brandon. Brandon, with your work week weather forecast. We're going to check in with the CNMI congressman. He's going to be coming on to our show. Khalili Sablan. We've got Department of Labor Director David Della Sola for all your PUA questions. As all of you know, yesterday was the last day to apply. We're also going to be checking in with the Attorney General of Guam, Levin Camacho. Melanie Guerrero is coming on the show. She's going to give us an update on her son, Michael, who has been missing for over a month. The Port General Manager, Roy Respicio, will be on our program. We're also going to check in over at Ukudu High School, where the vaccination clinic is getting underway today for our island's Manumcos. So Adriana Cotero is going to be live from there and will bring us some important information for our island's elderly that are going to be making their way to Dededo. But first, let's get into your headlines. A man wanted by police in the death of Arthur Waycook has been found. Police arrested 25-year-old Renat Chutaro on charges of murder, attempted murder, aggravated assault, the use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony, and eluding police. Police also arrested Mathina Ataput for hindering apprehension. Chutaro was wanted in connection to a December 8th aggravated assault incident that sent 54-year-old Waycook to the Guam Memorial Hospital. Waycook succumbed to his injuries on December 14th, and the assault complaint was reclassified to a death investigation. After appealing to the public for help, police on Christmas Day located Chutaro in a home along Swamp Road in Dededo with Ataput. They were both booked and confined at the Department of Corrections, and the case has been forwarded to the AG's office for prosecution. The sacred statue of Santa Maria in Cumberland was vandalized in Maritzo. With more, here is Adriana Cotero.
Molesso Mayor Ernest Chargaloff is at a loss for words, and all the island's faithful are in disbelief.
Disrespectful to our faith and our religion. You know, I don't understand.
A disrespectful site, the island's patron saint, Santa Maria in Cumberland, has become a victim this Christmas season. The Molesso statue was vandalized with metal chains tied around her praying hands.
And, whoever did it, of all the places that he could have hung the chains on, they chose to put the chain on the wrist of Santa Maria Cumberland.
Mayor Chargaloff says last night himself, along with the mayor's staff and community volunteers, decorated the park and statue in holiday lights to spread the Christmas spirit.
We try to put together a nice display of the park because it represents a sacred place, a holistic place. And for the individual to come here and put a chain, I don't know what kind of message he's trying to convey.
The village leader says he plans to set up surveillance cameras in the park and will make sure whoever is responsible will be held accountable.
When I catch them, they will pay the price. To those responsible, you will get caught one day. And I believe that when you get caught in my village, I will be involved in the forefront to ask that they give you the maximum, that person is given the maximum penalties and fines.
The incident has been reported to the Guam Police Department. If you have any information on the mischief, please call the Molesso Mayor's office at 671-828-8312. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
Today through Wednesday for Phase 1B, or the island's Manumco, 75 years of age and older. Pre-registration is required with village mayors, during which you are asked to provide the following information to your mayor's office: name, date of birth, and contact number. Those who have registered with their respective village mayors on or before 1 p.m. Saturday, December 26th, should report to Ukadu High School today between 9 a.m. to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Those who registered after 1 p.m. on the 26th can report to Ukadu High School on Tuesday, the 29th, between 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Public health staff will also be on site to provide assistance to individuals requiring special accommodations to enter the vaccine clinic. A government-issued ID is required, and participants will be asked to present a list of their current doctor-prescribed medication. Public Health has received its first shipment of the Moderna vaccines. They arrived early Sunday morning and are now being stored in a secure location. The agency received a total of 1,300 doses, which will fully immunize 650 individuals. The agency, in the meantime, is monitoring developments with the new and reportedly more infectious variant of the coronavirus. Here's more.
Brought to you by GTA. We start with you.
The mutation was first identified in South Korea and emerged this week in the UK. Public Health Bureau of Communicable Disease Control Administrator Annette Uggan.
I do know I was reading up on the manufacturers for Pfizer and Moderna vaccines are already testing their vaccines against this strain because there is discussion that it may still be effective against this variant or, mutated strain, because if it's just a slight mutation, then it should still be effective. So,
although Public Health is monitoring the situation, they are waiting for the science and research as well as accurate data to determine whether they should continue using the vaccines that are already approved.
There's a need to update it, and that would be something similar to the annual flu vaccine, That's why every year we would have to get it, because the flu virus does change a little bit, mutate a little bit over the time, and so every year we get an updated version of the vaccine, just to see what's circulating around the world. And so that's what, with science and the vaccine manufacturers, they use that data to develop the new annual flu vaccine. So that would be similar, where we continue to monitor, conduct surveillance throughout our region, nation, and around the world.
The strains of the coronavirus from South Africa and Britain have not yet been identified in the United States. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
156 tests performed. Guam's current COVID case count is 7,270, with 406 active cases, more than 6,700 recoveries, and 121 deaths. 18 people are hospitalized, 7 in ICU, 3 on ventilators. Guam's CAR score is 1.3. And it's official. Yesterday was the last day for people to file for PUA with the Guam Department of Labor. No new applications can be established. Those who have already established a claim or receiving benefits may still claim weeks up to and including the week of December 26th. By that deadline. According to GDOL, the program paid out more than $500 million in financial assistance in just 6 months to dislocated workers who lost work due to the global health crisis. The department set up and administered the program in 4 months, something that most other states had years to put together. Again, the Guam Department of Labor is putting extra effort into problem claims. For applicants who have not received their initial PUA payment amount, please send an email to pua.hotline@dol.guam.gov with the subject line reading urgent initial claim payment request. Include your full name and claim number. For all others with open issues, please call 311 for assistance. The stimulus bill includes billions for vaccine distribution. Today, COVID cases worldwide topped 80 million. The U.S. is by far the global leader in confirmed cases with nearly 19 million. More than 331,000 people have died, and the holidays could make things worse. Lilia Luciano reports.
The CDC says almost 2 million people are now vaccinated. Still, health officials say that won't be enough to prevent an explosion in cases after the holidays.
With COVID infections smashing records and hospitals pushed to the brink, there is new fear tonight of a post-Christmas surge. More than 7 million checked in at airports this week. Many will be flying back.
Even half of what happened over Thanksgiving holiday, we're in deep trouble.
In the nation's latest epicenter, Los Angeles County, a patient dies of COVID every 10 minutes. And across the state, ICU capacity is 0. The governor with this warning.
We can have a surge on top of a surge on top of a surge.
Nationwide, hospitalizations are up in 25 states and D.C. Nearly 120,000 people spent Christmas in a hospital bed. In Cleveland, critical care Dr. Sherry Williams seeing the death toll firsthand.
And it's heartbreaking, quite honestly.
2020 is on track to being the deadliest year in U.S. history. Too many sharing the grief of the first holiday without that loved one. For 21 years, Brandy Hauser took charge over the household's holidays, but she died of COVID 2 weeks before Thanksgiving.
It's hard not having her to actually tell me herself she loves me or have her here in person.
When Christmas came, her husband Chris made sure to keep the tradition alive for their 11-year-old, Jude.
We did a gingerbread making and then the hot cocoa.
If she had been there, he said he would have told her,
"You're beautiful, and I love you."
On Christmas Eve, LA County saw its deadliest day since the pandemic began. Today, over 6,000 people remain hospitalized here. Some hospitals are reportedly running out of PPE and oxygen. And health officials here are urging people to avoid calling 911 unless it's absolutely necessary. Lilia Luciano, CBS News, Burbank.
And it's official. This past Saturday, the governor's latest executive order kicked into effect, allowing for indoor dining for eating and drinking establishments on a limited capacity of 25% with no more than 6 people per table per party. We should emphasize that establishments must keep a written record of those eating that includes information such as the date and time of the visit, names of the individuals, including the assigned server, and the phone number and or email of the customers. Bars remain prohibited from opening. And finally, the Agana Shopping Center announcing its agreement with its newest tenant, Ross Dress for Less. The popular store set to become the shopping center's anchor tenant. Construction on the space is currently underway, and the shopping center is excited to bring this fantastic brand to the community and its customers. We now head into the Zoom room where we get your work week weather forecast from Brandon Idolette. Good morning, Brandon.
Good morning, Sabrina. How are you doing?
I'm good. How was your holiday?
It's too quick as always. Had a great Christmas day with the family, and then had to go right into the night shifts. So back to the routine. But the weather never sleeps, and neither do we.
Exactly. So what can we expect?
Well, this week is going to be primarily driven by the trade winds. We've seen a small craft advisory, high rip current risk through the weekend, and that's mainly because of the stronger trade winds. We've been seeing trade winds up to about 15 to 25 miles per hour. And let me switch my camera around and give you some satellite views. But right now, looking at one of our satellites that scans the ocean surface, indicating the different wind speeds, those yellow winds, that indicates 20 to 25 knot winds. And that clearly shows up in some of the buoys where we've been seeing sea heights between 6 and 8 feet, with some other satellite-based observations indicating seas closer to 7, 8, 9, even 10 feet off to the east of the Marianas. So these are conditions that are fairly choppy and probably not the conditions you want to be in if you're operating a smaller boat. So ultimately, for the next couple of days, it's going to be a little bit choppy and breezy out there. Weather-wise, we saw some showers push off through the northern Marianas. Yesterday, those have finally moved off to the west, and they are now producing a little bit of lightning. But for us here across the islands, there's another small disturbance just east of Tinian Saipan that will bring in a few showers. And we've actually seen a couple showers moving across the island today. Current radar imagery, sorry for the glare. We do have some showers pushing across Guam. So people who are out there already driving, we'll probably be dealing with a few wet roads here and there. We've got a few more showers that are going to come through. But by midday, those showers should start breaking up. And we're going to see a fairly dry trade wind pattern resuming today. Ultimately, these showers are not going to be bringing too much precipitation. They're going to be quick moving, and they'll just get things wet for a little bit, and that will be it. Looking at some of the moisture plumes, this is another satellite-derived moisture profile showing all the moisture in the atmosphere, that if you were to condense it, you could see however much moisture. So right here in the red, east of the Marianas, that's showing about 2¼ inches of rainfall. So that's pretty moist. That's what you would see in the wet season. And that is all very shallow moisture that ultimately is not going to produce too much rainfall. There's just not much vertical lift to produce the thunderstorms nearby. However, down across Micronesia, west Micronesia, Yap, Palau, even into Chuk, and then farther eastward into Pohnpei, they've been seeing quite a few thunderstorms and some heavy showers. But fortunately for the Marianas, that's going to stay well to our south. And ultimately, our winds locally will be decreasing tonight, and they're going to be hovering between 10 and 15 miles per hour through midweek. But then we're going to see another cold front that's going to be dropping off of Japan. It's going to be dropping out of the northwest, and it's eventually going to cause winds to increase locally. And we see this over and over through the dry season as we have a trough of low pressure along the equator, and then fronts and high pressures move across the northern Pacific. And what we call that is the pressure gradient force. So the closer the high and the low pressures, north to south, the stronger our winds are locally. And we're going to see this trend playing over and over and over the next several months on a fairly repeat basis. Right now, winds will be decreasing midweek, and then they're coming up again late week. So the current advisories we have in effect, small craft advisory for winds of 20 to 25 knots and seas of 7 to 9 feet. They will be decreasing later today. So we're expecting to drop that small craft advisory this evening. And then also high risk of rip currents for east-facing reefs, where we're expecting to see surf 9 to 10 feet at times. And that's going to be creating some pretty strong rip currents. But the bigger hazard, out of Jeff's Pirates Cove, we've been seeing quite a few pictures with a lot of the Pacific man-o-wars or Pacific man-o-wars, Portuguese man-o-war, cousins of a species, I would say. They've been washing up on the east-facing reefs, and those are quite dangerous to be in contact with. So if you see those floating in the water, washed up on the beaches, try to avoid those. Their tentacles can provide some very nasty stings. And so we have a beach hazard statement that is in effect through noon today. But keep in mind, we do not forecast the man-o-wars. There's no way for us to forecast it. But so they may still wash up on beaches in the next couple of days. But talking with Brent Tibbats over at Division of Wildlife and Aquatics, they do track these events throughout the year, and they have seen some correlation with these stronger trade wind surges. So we'll be in contact with them, and especially if any of you see man-o-wars washing up on the beach, send them to us on our Facebook page, because we like to have that information. And especially if they are increasing in count, we put out some beach hazard statements, because we want to make sure people will remain safe out there on the beaches. And that's about all I have for you. Anything else you'd like to hear?
Wait, so you ever been stung by a jellyfish?
Thankfully, I have not. Growing up on the North Carolina coast, never the man-o-wars, but I have had a slight sting from just a regular jellyfish, and we'd have some that would grow. The worst ones would come up to about 8 to 12 inches in diameter. Wow. And those would be kind of nasty. I've seen some bad stings from those, but nothing from what I have read up on the man-o-wars.
Mm-hmm. Are those the blue, the ones that are blue?
Yeah, I was going to say, Brandon, if you can maybe differentiate between, because it seems like on the eastern side of the island, and I like how you pointed out like Just Pirates goes, because everybody always goes, and they've taken pictures like in the last few years of the Portuguese man-o-wars. Yep. Maybe give our audience maybe a little bit of distinction between the Portuguese man-o-wars, the ones that look like baggies with stuff hanging down beneath the water, and then the jellyfish like we tend to see on Ipao Beach, on the other side of the island.
So the jellyfish, the easiest way to describe it would be just a round disc that kind of floats on the water, and then they would have tentacles. Of course, the jellyfish, they can actually swim through the water. If you ever get a chance to go to the underwater world, they have a great display that has a lot of jellyfish in it. Yeah. And but the man-o-wars have the little blue air sac that kind of floats on the water surface, and those would keep them quite exposed to the stronger trade winds, and it's probably why they move along with these wind surges. But they also have tentacles that extend down below into the water, and I'm not an expert on this, but some of the tentacles can get fairly long, and you might not even see them, and then you're stung. So keep your distance, and if you do go out in the water, we recommend not going into the water. But if you do, keep your eyes open and don't be caught off guard.
You know, I'm one of those. You know, I did a whole segment on windsurfing.
Oh, here we go. I know where you're going with this.
And, you know, you started at Jeff's Pirates Cove and you do the training there, and then you go over to this private beach. But when we got to the private beach, there was jellyfish all along the shore with the blue color on them. And my instructor was like, "Oh, there's jellyfish in the water."
Here it comes.
Like, I did not just train and fall and trip and, you know, scratch up my knees and my hands not to at least try this windsurfing thing. And
there you go. Thanks, Brandon. Yeah.
This is some webpage locally. KUAM.
Yeah, they were blue.
Actually.
Yeah.
Good job, KUAM.
Thanks.
So yeah, I tried the windsurfing thing, and after like 6-7 attempts, and I couldn't do it. I said no, because I could see the jellyfish floating in the water, and there were a lot of people out there windsurfing, and they were telling me, "You're gonna be okay. We'll just pee on it. It's only gonna sting for a little while." And I'm like,
I knew she was
none
going
of y'all
there.
are gonna pee on me. I'm done. So yeah, it's probably a good idea not to get in the water. But like you said, with the trade winds, there's probably a lot of windsurfers out there.
Well, Brandon,
so one of the things to keep in mind is with the way that the man-o-wars seem to move along with the winds, the highest risk will be for those beaches that are well exposed to the wind. That's why just Pirates Cove and all the east-facing beaches have seen them. We did get some confirmation that they were spotted up on in Saipan. So the highly exposed beaches to the wind, we'll see the greatest risk.
Oh, goodness.
Well, Brandon, we got Andy Wheeler here in the Zoom room and everything. Andy, I wanted to kind of bring you in on this because I know when you and I were at UOG, like in the early and mid 90s, UOG has for years had like a world-class marine lab. And they always teach us, whether you take the marine biology class or not, they always say, it's an amazing class. The lab there is absolutely hands-on. But there's two things you want to watch out for: is the Portuguese man-of-war jellyfish and the crown of thorns starfish and everything. And that's, whether you major in bio or not, you get exposed to that at some level. So, as an outdoorsman, have you ever seen that kind of stuff?
Jellyfish, yeah. I mean, I was a lifeguard for years up on Anderson, so they would wash up on occasion. And just being out in the water and stuff, yeah, you see them on occasion, but, like they come in blooms, you know what I mean? And like Brandon was saying with the winds, I mean, these little air sacs on the water, they kind of act like sails. So when you have a huge population of these things, the winds are just going to blow them across the ocean. So they come in waves, when it rains, it pours. So yeah, I mean, they're pretty common, and the stings, they can be pretty intense. Trust me, I've been stung a bunch of times. When we would have to clear the water of all the people, we would get out there and just make sure. And yeah, I got stung a few times.
To
and,
Sabrina's
it's
point,
not
did
my
you pee
favorite
on
thing.
yourself?
No.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Because I knew she was going there, but no. But yeah, okay. And
Hey, that's
Jason
what they
just wants
said.
somebody to pee on somebody, which is,
Yeah. Okay, but I know they say a lot of people get inadvertently stung or accidentally stung by these jellyfish because people, I mean, we love our environment.
Nobody's
over here.
intentionally getting stung.
Yeah, we want to take care of Mother Earth here. Obviously, we're responsible Guamanians, but some people go there and they think they're actually like plastic bags when they wash up on the beach, and they're just like, oh, let me go and clean these and everything like that, and they wind up touching it and they accidentally.
Oh no!
Yeah.
You could tell that's not a plastic bag.
No, I've seen a bunch of people that are like,
Really?
I thought it was like a container or something like that, so I wanted to get rid of it.
No, just stay away.
But once they're out of the water, the sting really falls off pretty quickly. Once they dry up and they're not in the water, the sting is not as effective. Because we used to go and like physically pick them up from the beach, because we didn't want kids getting stung or something.
Wow.
And after a while, you don't even notice it. They just, they don't last forever once they wash up. So, but still, I would not recommend touching them or picking them up. But yeah, I mean, they are pretty. They have that purple color, and it's a nice little natural air sac. So it's pretty. They're pretty, but they sting quite a bit.
And Andy, you do realize. Well, you do realize, with the exception of your glasses and Brandon's mask, we can't tell either of you apart right now. You're the third idlet triplet.
What are you saying, Jason? We all look alike?
Oh, do you have glasses, Brandon, that you can put on?
I'm working on that.
I'm going to just take mine off. There we go.
Oh, hey, there.
There.
They're getting
Which
fogged
is
up.
which? Our names on the screen are giving us away, Brandon.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Brandon. Wait, New Year's Eve, did you say it was going to be nice?
New Year's Eve. Well, right now we're not seeing anything that's going to be threatening us. These little trade wind disturbances. Here, let me swap the screen around. There is another a couple areas of clouds that will eventually be moving westward into the Marianas. But right now, all the computer models are showing dry and just partly cloudy skies. And this morning's forecast that I've issued, I'm looking at pretty dry conditions. We'll probably see a small uptick in cloud cover around Thursday into Friday, which Friday is New Year's Day.
Yeah.
But no significant increase in precipitation. So we're not seeing a major amount of rain. Computer models for the next 10 days, we're topping out around an inch of rainfall for the next 10 days. That's pretty dry. That's dry season dry.
So what's your New Year's resolution before we let you go?
Oy, good grief. I don't know. Not to make a resolution.
Right? Yeah, there you go.
I want to resume travel. I had some travel destinations I wanted to do. Take my son, give him some experiences, and my wife and I, we enjoy traveling to Japan, and so I've still got to hike another trail on Mount Fuji.
There
So
you go.
perhaps this summer, we'll see.
So, have you taken down your Christmas decorations yet? And how long is it going to
No.
take? Not yet.
Assembled that massive Lincoln Logs epic thing. Man, that I was blown away by that, bro. That was amazing.
My brother and I, we used to build some massive structures in the past. We built a Lincoln Log house 25 feet tall one time, and we had a friend in downtown Raleigh who had an historic home, and the stairwell atrium was like a 30-some foot ceiling, and we built up, but we had to tie it to the banisters around the stairway to keep it from tilting and falling over. But we grew up building massive houses and had a lot of fun with the Lincoln Logs.
Wow.
Send us pictures.
Yes, we'll do.
All right. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everybody, and we'll see you next week.
All right. And that was Brandon Idlett with your work week weather forecast. Keep in mind there are, what did he say, man of war jellyfish down.
Portuguese man of war
Portuguese man of war jellyfish on the east side of Guam. So please be aware of that and stay out of the water. We're going to have more on the link after the break.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Hafaday, I'm Peter Santos.
And I'm Tyler Matinani.
Celebrate the holidays with KUAM.
Join us on Christmas Eve for KUAM's Christmas Wish with the Guam Department of Education's Gifted and Talented Education Program.
Don't miss the show scheduled for 6:30 p.m. on December 24th on KUAM TV 8 and streaming live on Facebook.
Then on Christmas night, we continue our celebration with a virtual dance experience in partnership with the Guam Allied Dance Force.
We're partnering to raise money for the Salvation Army's Red Kettle campaign. That's 6:30 p.m. on Christmas evening only on KUAM TV 8.
It's going to be a great celebration of Christmas with music and dance, and we hope to see you there.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
Catch the holiday soundtrack starting December 1st through January 5th. You'll be treated to an all-day festive playlist only on Breeze 93.9 FM. Also streaming on KUAM.com and the KUAM mobile app. Let's spread joy and holiday cheer this season. Holiday soundtrack brought to you by Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering.
Today, I'm Senior Airman Juice Santos, assigned to the 254 Security Forces Squadron, Guam Air National Guard. Currently detached to the 380th SFS Squadron, and I just want to wish my family and friends back home a very Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and Happy Holidays. Be safe.
These special season's greetings from our troops is brought to you locally by McDonald's of Guam and KUAM Communications.
In the spirit of the Christmas season, enjoy the presentation of No Ben and Nino starting December 24th through January 1st, 2021, airing at 5:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and again at 6:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. Presented by Addis Trust and Investment. Location, service, trust.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
minutes away from the top of the hour. We're at KUAM FM in Agate, Guam. This is Breeze 93.9 FM, and we're back another hour of the show. It's The Link. Remember, the show probably brought to you by Calvo Enterprises and ITD. We're back with your host, the Brain Sauce, Matt Tanani. Good morning.
Howfit, everybody. Good morning. Our very first guest joining us from the Zoom room is Congressman from the CNMI, Gregorio Khalili Sablan. Good morning, Congressman. Thank you so much for taking the time and waking up with us here on The Link. How are you?
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. How was your holiday?
It was good, of course. It's different. We didn't have family gatherings. We did not have the baby Jesus come visit us at home, but we had Christmas Eve mass, and it was good. Different, but we're still blessed.
Right. We were talking in the break, and I understand that you've joined the vaccination.
I did 2 days ago. I joined those who are 65 and older, and it was good because I was able to see others who are older in the Malampu age group that were actually willing to take the vaccine. So those would be the people who would have had second thoughts. I've met people prior to the day before yesterday who were having second thoughts about taking the vaccine, and I encourage them that if you have the opportunity, if you get the opportunity to take the vaccine, I suggest you take it.
Mm-hmm. And 2 days ago, can you just kind of take us through the process on how, I guess, the clinics are going over there in the CNMI? Because we've got our clinics ramping back up today.
Yeah, so I pre-registered. I went online and registered, and that made it much easier for me. My time was supposed to be 8 o'clock. Of course, I showed up at 7, and there was already a line. So I lined up and was able to come in, waited for my chance to go to talk to this clinician, this admin person who was asking for your registration number, ask you for an ID number, build up and then of course you go straight in and get a vaccine. After that, I had to wait for 15 minutes in another room so that there are no reaction to the vaccine, because I don't have any allergy that I'm aware of. For some people, they had to wait 30 minutes. But for me, it was 15 minutes, and then thank you, goodbye. They didn't have juice or, an apple, but I would have liked that. But I know it's good. And I have no problems. There was no soreness. It's just like getting the flu shot. A day after the shot, you don't feel it.
Mm-hmm. So no side effects or anything. You're good to go. Other than no apple or juice.
No orange.
Did you get a lollipop at least?
I beg pardon?
Did you get a lollipop?
No, and I prefer that I don't.
Well, we wanted to bring you on just to get caught up with all the things that are happening in Congress. And, we got the news last week that the NDAA was vetoed by the president. I don't even recall the last time I've heard that, where the president
You're too young. You're too young. Right, because the NDAA has been enacted into law for 59 years straight. And this would be the first time in 60 years it's been vetoed. And I understand that Congress are coming in to vote tomorrow on the override. I understand that there's enough votes to give President Trump his first override in his 4 years in office. And so they're going to come in and vote, and I do hope that enough members vote to override the president's veto. There's just so many things. This is money for the military. I'm not exactly 100% pro-military, but there's so many good things here, including pay raises for our troops and things like that. And so I hope they do override the president's veto.
Yeah, I know for Guam, there was language regarding a new regional public health lab and the foreign labor exemption for civilian construction.
Right.
So,
Right.
yeah, I think here local leaders were kind of disappointed with the fact that that was vetoed. Was there anything in particular for the CNMI?
Yeah, we've got one or two issues, languages in there. We would also benefit from that H2 provision that Congressman Nicolas worked on. And we do have, I think, one or two issues in there. I mean, matters in there that we need to insert it. The NDA having such a great record of passing and being enacting into law for 59 years has become many members try to get their stuff, their items attached to it as riders, and if it's germane, yeah, it gets included. So it makes it free for every member has a reason to vote for it.
Mm-hmm. You know, we're all waiting to see what the president is going to do with the $900 billion COVID relief bill. And I think he's on holiday somewhere, maybe in Florida or wherever it is. But what are you tracking? What are you hearing that he might do?
That he will just make it difficult for Congress and for the incoming administration and keep himself relevant at these last few days he's in office. Look, if he's going to veto it, he should veto it. If he's going, I think he's going to pocket veto it. He's going to let it lapse into the 117th Congress, and then that means that the bill is ineffective as passed, and Congress has to go back to the drawing table, which is, man, this is probably the most intense negotiations I've seen in my 12 years in Congress. It's just been and look, I've pissed off leadership myself, my caucus leadership, because of my continuing to follow up on the issues that were important and necessary for the Marianas. And despite that I was told, yeah, well, it's there until I see the text, legislative text, I don't really believe too much. I've had missed opportunities in the past where I believe what people tell me. And so, I continue to bring up issues. So much is riding on this, so much negotiation is riding on this. And if the president had really wanted to give the $2,000 in the beginning, he should have been more vocal, he should have been more active, he should have been more involved in the negotiation. To do this now to Secretary Mnuchin is another slap in the face for his Secretary of the Treasury, who has been his con man in Congress all this time. His a slap in the face to Mitch McConnell himself in the Senate, who has been, his go-to laptop.
So is that mainly it? The issue with the stimulus payments with the $600 that was included in the bill versus what he wants is $2,000. Was there anything else that he was concerned about with this bill? I was reading somewhere that he had instructed Congress to get rid of pork in the bill. Do you know what maybe he was referring to?
Right. Well, the things we may call pork, he brought up an issue about funding for the Kennedy Center. Those are in the omnibus. Those are omnibus bills that are there year in, year out. They were actually included in his own budget submission to Congress. And now he's calling them that, these are reasons, the pork, sending money to, through the State Department, sending money to foreign countries and things like that. These are items that were in his own budget submission. But because this is how the past our president has been pertaining to our government, the national government, has been for years. He's now mixing oranges and apples. He's talking about the COVID and bringing up items that are in the omnibus when the two bills were put together for a reason, that there's no appetite. I mean, there's more chances of members voting when the two bills are put together. Look, we may have to shut down. Tomorrow, I understand the House may also bring up a continuing resolution. I don't know. A shutdown to our federal government is one of the last things we want. It hurts agencies. It actually hurts people. And getting the government started again after shutdown costs money. From what we learned from our previous shutdown just a few years ago, from Mr. Trump again.
In PUA, it just you can no longer apply for the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program. The deadline was yesterday. We don't have a COVID relief package. And you said that it's possible that if the president lets this lapse, it would mean that we wouldn't have any sort of federal assistance, I guess, for how long, until the new Congress is sworn in?
Yes, until the new Congress is sworn in and negotiates another package. And a lot of, we've always said, but on this one, I think it's rather very true. A lot of it is riding on this Georgia race. Because, Congress can sit down and negotiate. Mr. Trump's no longer for example, he'll be out of office on the 20th. It'll be a Biden administration. But it will still be very difficult negotiating with a Republican Senate. There will be no longer a demand from the president for a $2,000 economic impact payment or stimulus, as we call them. And so who knows what Mr. McConnell would ask. He probably just said on $500. Who knows? That's what is, or $300, I'm sorry. That's what he's in the past suggested. So it's a lot of mixed messages. I really cannot predict exactly what will happen, but there will be another negotiation. The President-elect Biden has said that there will be a major COVID package in his administration, early in his administration. So, look, one of the things that I know is important to both Guam and the Marianas, for example, is and Hawaii, and this has been many years in negotiation, is the eligibility of our COFA citizens in Medicaid. And this has been many years. My only condition there, the language I inserted, and even if it was only for the Marianas, but it's now become for all the territories, is that the governors have to opt in to make this program eligible in their territories. Because for the Northern Marianas, we get $60 million from Medicaid money. We have to provide the match, and we have our own citizens to worry about. And so adding, say, 3,000 of my Micronesian brothers and sisters into Medicaid could become a problem. So it's up to the governor here to determine the pros and cons, and then decide to opt in or opt out of this program for COFA citizens. But for Guam, my goodness, just imagine, it depends again on how much Medicaid money you receive, and you have a large COFA population on Guam. And even for Hawaii, for example, they have a large Micronesian COFA population. And Hawaii matches 50 cents for every dollar of spent on Medicaid. So it still costs a lot of money, but it still at least gives them 50 cents more than what they have now. But for us, the matching, do we have the matching? Do we have enough money to cover them? That would be left to the governor on a year-to-year basis.
Why was the eligibility removed in I guess, is it 96?
Yeah, I understand it was in 19. There was a poverty or welfare
Reform Act?
Yeah, Welfare Reform Act, and that was in 1966. I mean, I'm sorry, 1996, where that legislation reverses a long-standing injustice against citizens of the freely associated states living in the United States because their eligibility for Medicaid, which was promised in the original compact negotiation, was taken away by this Welfare Reform Act in 1996. So yes, they used to be eligible and then they were taken out, and now we're trying to bring in eligibility. It was an issue since I first got into Congress. Senator Hirono continued working on it and finally was able to get it included in this act. The other issue that are still a really major stumbling block for many members of Congress who have COPA populations is the compact impact money. You know, that $30 million, it's never enough for no one. And Congressman Case, for example, of Hawaii is adamant that he cannot support the financial COFA package that are due next year for FAS and the Marshall Islands, and of course for the Palau and the year after, which, by the way, negotiation has not started well, and I understand there's been no real negotiation going on. So it would have to be the Biden administration that carries that forward, and it is something that I have asked that it be placed as a priority in the Biden administration, and that it doesn't wait for another year or two before they start working on it.
Well, as we look ahead to the new term, obviously, you know, priority number one is COVID relief. But what are some of the other initiatives that you're working on, looking forward?
Yeah, look, we don't have SNAP in the Marianas, and I really believe that most people who are on this food assistance program are in there because they need it. Of course, I think there are some in there who don't deserve the program and who should be kicked out. But for the most part, people, and I don't think people line up, for example, to sign up for this program and have a sense of pride for doing it. I have a great belief in, people have pride. But when there's a need, there has to be, it has to be addressed, and it has to be addressed appropriately measured. And so SNAP for the Northern Marianas is an issue, something I'm working on. And Medicaid for that same matter, Medicaid for the Marianas, for the territories, American Samoa, Guam, for example. The problem with Medicaid is Puerto Rico is in the middle of the tent. And that's a large elephant, and the cost of getting Puerto Rico into the full Medicaid program is just larger than almost half of the states. And that's a major cost. So that's been a stumbling block. And in Congress, although we have been successful in some parts on getting through on some matters, standalone bills for our districts, many times it is addressed as, look, this is a territory issue, and until we can address all the territories in it, you're spending political capital on something that really doesn't have a good chance of becoming law. But those two items are very important to me. I was able to get my FAFSA bill included in this COVID legislation, which makes FAFSA application for FAFSA actually reduced by half and makes it available in several languages, and also increase of Pell Grants. That's very important because when in my first term, we were able to increase Pell Grants up to the present level that we're in now. But this, the COVID also increased Pell Grants again. And for many students here in the Marianas, Pell Grants pay for the cost of tuition, books, fees, and leave a little loose change in the students' pockets for other expenses associated with school. So my top priority in Congress is to provide us many opportunities to educate and train our people in the Marianas. Because best investment, I think, is investing in our people. And I have kept true to that agenda, that top priority for 12 years. I'm the only delegate who's a member of Ed and Labor for the entire 12 years. It's not a fancy committee. It's not an exclusive committee. It's called the desert in terms of fundraising, the desert. But it's been rewarding for me because I've been able to help those of our territories basically improve their educational system, get more money for their teachers and things like that. So yeah.
One thing we spoke with Congressman Nicholas when he held a press conference. I think it was last week or so. Nestor had asked him about his thoughts on the nomination of New Mexico Congresswoman Deb Haaland for Secretary of the Interior, and I wanted to get your thoughts on her nomination.
Yeah, well, it's historic. Congresswoman Haaland, Deb is a smart lady. She's a member of Natural Resources, and it'll be the first Native American cabinet member of the cabinet. So it's historic, and much more so, Deb has been an activist on the issues facing Native Americans, and so she comes to the job well prepared for the task she faces. Climate justice issues, which is important to us here as well, and so it'd be amazing to see her. We'll give her a little bit of space, and then we'll bring our issues up to her, knowing that she's, a member of the committee. And we'll just give her a little breathing room, and then we'll, of course, in fact, I've already asked for a meeting with the Biden transition. It'll be on the first week of when we get back to Congress. So we'll meet on territory issues. So I've invited each member of the territories to bring up their packets. We'll submit it to the Biden team, but we'll bring up one item that they would like to argue or to, speak out on. And so we're looking at that in the first week as the most senior member from the territories and also a vice chairman of Natural Resources for Insular Affairs. So yeah, we'll look forward to that.
All right. One thing I wanted to ask was the CNMI governor, he had announced during a Rotary meeting here on Guam virtually that they plan on partially reopening tourism in the CNMI. I want to say it's South Korea. What are your thoughts on that?
We do need to open up the tourist industry, the hospitality industry. I don't doubt that business is very slow here in Saipan. As it is on Guam when I passed through. For myself, I place the health of our community as a top priority above everything else. Just imagine, this is the first time in my life where I didn't have the baby Jesus visit our home. And that was the visit by the baby Jesus to me is something that just speaks as to what Christmas is all about to me. And I get on my knees and I venerate and I say my prayers, give my thanks and ask for help and the whole. But we have to accept that the baby Jesus couldn't visit us this year. And so, right, we cannot, I don't think, yet open a tourism corridor, although they have this plan that they're going to, quarantine and say in South Korea, then quarantine here when they get here. Look, there are at least as of 2 days ago, there were 2 private jets parked at the airport, Saipan Airport, and I understand one in Rota, of people who come in and we're not quarantined. and they come from China. So yeah, they give breaks to their friends, and yet the rest of the people have to go through this whole quarantine process, which is, I think, necessary. So no, I don't think we're ready to open up our community for tourists, but that's not my goal. That is the governor's goal, and he should be held responsible if anything does happen. We are blessed with 119 known contractions here in the Marianas since all of this happened. We are God blessed. And I give credit to our public health agencies and officials, the frontliners, for all of their hard work, because they do take a risk. But let's not test that blessing, because we have to look at some of our friends who are in the tourist industry and all this. And I don't know if tourists in Korea are willing to travel here anyway with the spike there. There's no guarantee that they will not be carriers of the virus. And until that's done, with herd immunity, I think we should all the policy should remain the same.
Okay, well, I think you made it clear your position on that matter. When do you head out back to Washington?
Yeah, Saturday morning. Yeah, so I get to stop over in Guam for 5 hours, which is always good, just sitting down in the lounge or sometimes down in the costume area. But no, I get to connect from Guam to Narita, then on to Chicago and DC. So I get to DC like 9 at night, and we come in possession, I understand, noon the next day.
Well, busy. Well, we certainly thank you for coming on the show. Any final message, I guess, to the people of the CNMI?
Right. Well, Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you for all the support you've given me in this past 12 years. I continue to ask you for your prayers. Sometimes it's difficult in this job. But thank you. I'm very grateful for everything, for all the support. And thank you, KUM, for inviting me.
Thank you. Anytime, Congressman, you're welcome to come on the show. I'll be checking in with you.
All right. Adios.
Adios. Safe travels.
Thank you.
And that was Congressman Gregorio Kalili Sablan, the congressman for the CNMI. Just so everybody knows, we have invited Congressman Michael Nicholas repeatedly to come on the show, and we're still waiting for him to accept that invitation. But we're going to take a quick break, and coming up next, we're going to have DOL Director David Della Sola live from the Zoom room. Stay tuned.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us. Use the hashtag #ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
Catch the holiday soundtrack starting December 1st through January 5th. You'll be treated to an all-day festive playlist only on Breeze 93.9 FM. Also streaming on KUAM.com and the KUAM mobile app. Let's spread joy and holiday cheer this season. Holiday soundtrack is brought to you by Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering.
Today, I'm Senior Airman Juice Santos, assigned to the 254 Security Forces Squadron, Guam Air National Guard. Currently detached to the 380th SFS Squadron, and I just want to wish my family and friends back home a very Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and Happy Holidays. Be safe.
These special season's greetings from our troops is brought to you locally by McDonald's of Guam and KUAM Communications.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
And gift your own relatives with that one. They'll love it. All right, 7:30, we're back here on the show. Remember, this show probably brought to you by Calvo Enterprises and ITV. And we're back with your host, Sabrina Salas Matanani. Good morning.
And Andy Wheeler. We have Guam Department of Labor Director David Delazola. He is in the Zoom room. Thank you, David, for agreeing to come on the show. I know I reached out to you late yesterday. But, I had been receiving, emails and questions about PUA. And so officially yesterday, right, was the deadline to file. Not the one day, behind.
The system turned off.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on you. But good morning, Sabrina. Good morning, Andy. Nice to see you guys. I hope you had a nice Christmas and everything. It was nice to take a 3-day break. Back to the grind. But yes, I knew this was going to happen. The 27th, the system shut down, not only Guam, but nationally.
Okay.
Everywhere in the nation, the PUA expired and they stopped taking claims. And I'm sure you know that the president hasn't signed or is not giving any indication of signing the new relief package. So the PUA program has officially stopped taking new claims. And as much as I try to warn the public and the medias and everybody, there's still people who are complaining that the system shut down yesterday and they didn't get a chance to put in their claim. And I know it's unfortunate. It's beyond our control. It is a system-wide, nationwide run program, and we're stewards of the program. And I warned everybody to get their claims in and hurry up and not wait for the last day and not do, but human nature prevails, and there are people out there that, of course, didn't get their claims in for various reasons. Some legitimate, some procrastination. And it's, like I said, nationwide, the system all shut down on the 27th. And we are allowed to go in and fix those claimants who had problem claims or had issues that were not able to be paid out because of that, but they put in They initiated their claims before the shutdown, and those we can still go back and fix. On the good news side, I'd like to report out tomorrow, we're going to batch another PUA, and we're going to try to do LWA together, up to and including those who filed December 19th. That's the most current week. The 26th just closed, so that was too early for us to audit. So we'll probably do that next week. So the 19th has been audited and it's ready to be paid out tomorrow. So we'll know what that final number is. But I do want to tell everybody that just for this month of December, we've been cranking it out and we've given over $58 million just in the month of December. And we batched 5 batches for this month. So to get everybody as much money for the holidays. And we'll continue to do that as we wait to see what's going to happen with the new package, if it's going to be vetoed or overridden or whatever. But yes, I guess it doesn't, I don't want to waste time talking about the new plan when we don't know what's going to happen with it yet. But if you have any questions, I'll be glad to take any.
Yeah, I wanted to ask just real quickly about the new plan. Would it be seamless? Or would people have to reapply? Would it be seamless, or would people have to reapply for?
So, of course, everything I'm saying is really armchairing, off the cuff, because we don't have it written in black and white, signed, and guidance is given out. But from what we were able to look at and read, Flex is going to be as seamless as we could ask for. It looks like our existing PUA and FPUC accounts will be able to roll over. And all we need to do is reprogram the system to accept the $300 and $345, and then with the new parameters as far as the dates, that'll all need to be put in and programmed. There's some nuances. If you file after the 26th, a new claim, then you can only go back till December 1st. And the FPUC is good up till March 14th. And it extends the amount of weeks from 39 to 50. And then once you reach your 50 weeks, of course, your benefits stop. And then the PUA runs out on April 5th. So that's the gist of the new program in a nutshell, and from what I could get out of it. Of course, none of this has been totally confirmed and given to us in guidances and policies. And that's really what, before I really can honestly say it's going to be seamless when we get that. And that won't happen now. So there's going to be a stoppage of several weeks to a month, because anytime, as soon as this thing is signed, USDOL has to take the bill and put together an implementation, policies, procedures written in ooples, and then we have a guide or guidances of how to move forward, and the lawyers and everything has to write it up. It's not just simply taking what was written by Congress and then just turning it on. Of course, and then we're going to have to apply for more funding as far as administrative costs. We'll have to look at what kind of additional supplements to the implementation plan that we first wrote up, which took weeks to be added in based on the guidances and all that fun stuff, that household shit. But yeah, it's not going to be, you count on the system being closed for a while, and even if it is passed, it's going to take several weeks, and that is short in really federal time periods. These things usually take months, and So everybody is burning the midnight oil, trying to get as much written up.
Prior to the deadline, did you see a rush of people trying to apply?
I saw a rush of people talking about going in and applying. But, them actually doing it, it's kind of tough because this all happened during the Christmas.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate in a way that, everything was shut down and up to the last day, so that last rush all happened during the Christmas break. And if you needed help, if you needed something, there was nothing there. Although I did have staff go in yesterday, dedicated staff. They're trying to look and work with people, and they were looking at the last day also, and trying to work out what we can do and how we're going to do this. So, there's still a lot of work ahead of us. Even though the system is stopped, we still have to fix claims. We still have appeals. We still have overpayments. We still have a lot of things that are that need to get cleaned up and be worked on. So our work is still not done, and we could use this period, if there is a period between the two programs, to get everybody squared away before round 2, if it does come to pass.
Mm-hmm. And I think one message that you have been consistent about is that as we wait and see what happens, and if there is in fact a round 2, is that people that are receiving PUA should actually save their money.
You're segueing perfectly to my last point that I want to make. You must do this for a living. Exactly what I'm saying. So if you were to get all 39 weeks of the PUA program, that included the FPUC and the LWA, you received $24,855. That's almost $25,000. Of that, I hope you took care of your. I do want to say that most people did elect to get taxes taken out, but there are some who did not. Now we're ending the tax year. You're going to have a tax liability for that $25,000. And the IRS or Revenue Tax doesn't wait or put you in payment plans. When you got to file your taxes, you got to file your taxes. And so you have about, I estimated or armchaired it, if you're a single person getting the $25,000, you're going to have, and I'm not a tax person, about a $1,300 tax liability. So you better have some of that money saved, not only for a rainy day, but for the tax man, because death and taxes, you can't avoid those two things. And I'm just letting you know, it's so easy to spend everything, and then when it's stopped, have anything, and then when the taxes are due again, and then coming up with the $1,300 isn't going to be so easy. So we still got a couple more payments. I'm going to batch tomorrow. I'm going to batch next week, probably, if everything goes well. That will be the last official batching. And then after that, I'll be batching those who until the next round comes along. And if the next round comes along, please, again, as I said, way back in June, save some of that money, put it aside, because some of that will be due.
Yeah. When we spoke with you a couple weeks ago regarding people that had filed but hadn't received any sort of payments, do you have an idea how many people are kind of in that category? And we do have somebody here, commenting, my daughter doesn't have hers yet.
There's not that many people.
Okay.
And that's why I had to do a call out, because we already scoured the list. We've already reached out and looked for these people. We know there's some, but they're mixed in with the hundreds of the ones that have little issues, or they're waiting for their next week's payment, or how come I just filed, but I haven't got my money yet because we didn't get to you yet, and the dates. And I'm only 3 weeks behind. How come I haven't gotten it? Those kind of people. And to be honest with you, some of the ones that have been written up in the newspapers that say that they haven't gotten it yet and they've been crying, they're lying. They've been DQ'd and they're trying to bully us into trying to make sure that they get payment, or they're calling out, trying to, this is not my program. This is not a Guam program. We are stewards. We have to follow the rules and procedures. And if you, for example, get fired on the job, then you don't qualify for the program. You had to have been laid off, furloughed, or reduced in hours because of COVID. And a lot of the people, or if you were called back to work and you wanted not to go back to work because you like getting PUA, then you automatically get disqualified if your employer tells us. These are just a few examples. So, we are still reaching out. We are still trying to get a hold of these people. And of course, when I gave that email, it was slammed with a lot of fraud and a lot of the people who are just wanting to talk about LWA and do I qualify? When do I get my monies and this and that, when there's nothing to do with LWA. Either you automatically qualify it or not. It's a system qualified event. You had to make $100 in PUA for each of those 6 weeks. There's nothing to apply for. But those are the hundreds of emails that we get, and we still got to try to find those onesie-twosies. But the short answer is yes, we're still working on trying to identify those people and getting them paid. Those are always our priority. If you run across anybody, you can email me their names and numbers, and I will be glad to get them handled.
All right. I did want to just acknowledge, because you did put it in the release, that GDOL paid out more than $500 million in financial assistance in just 6 months.
Wow.
That's a lot.
No wonder I'm tired.
How many people? I mean, how many people does that break down to?
It breaks out to about 28 to 30,000 people. And, I would be remiss not to say that, this has been a long 6 months to get everybody paid. But, the governor's office has given me all the resources and everything that I asked for. It's like giving me unlimited access to a toy store and to get this money out and to keep the money flowing. And I want to thank the lieutenant governor and the governor for giving me that kind of help throughout the period. And of course, DOA. $500 million is a lot of money to get out. And DOA is the department that got all that money out. We just handed them that money and up to 30,000 different claimants and said, here, okay, pay them. And they had to do this. I mean, this month we batched 5 times, and they still had to do Gov Guam, and they still had to do all the regular duties. And I threw this on them. So they deserve, they're the untold heroes too of this program. And getting the checks out, we're in a new check system where we print it. Then after it prints, it folds and seals, and it's already postmarked and everything. And that just more than triples, or cut in third the time it takes to do the old print, stamp, put it in the full envelope and frank it to postage and then get it on the mail. So we've come a long way, and I'd like to, just like I said, thank the governor, lieutenant governor, and DOA and all their staff for taking $500 million and getting it out and keeping the, we've had some challenges, but in the most part, 6 months and $500 million is a feat that has not ever been seen on this island. And I hope it's not going to be seen again, so that we can get out of this and, see happy times again. But there was a lot of help and a lot of behind the scenes that Adelup has done for us. And they don't take the credit, and, they don't often get, are given the credit, but there's a lot of help. And of course, my staff. They came in last Sunday just because they were trying to get some of these people ready for this batch. They cleared as many claims as they could. They went in just so that tomorrow's batch, there could be some of these people who haven't gotten paid yet, taken care of. And that's the dedication that they've had. They've been working 6 days a week since July, and before that, 7 days a week. And it gets tiring. Yeah. But I want to thank them. And I appreciate you giving me the time to allow that.
Well, thank you. And again, thank your staff. I did want to ask, because I remember at the beginning of this whole process, when you were standing up the pool program, you submitted the implementation budget, right, based on the 35 or so thousand people that you were anticipating to be unemployed. We don't know what's going to happen next year. And although we do have the vaccine, we don't know what the plan is for reopening tourism right now, or when tourism is going to reopen. The economy, we've been hearing it's kind of in shambles, and businesses are closing. So if we do have a round two, are you still kind of looking at that 35,000 number?
No, I think we've peaked out. I honestly think that we've peaked out, and we are slowly recovering and slowly coming out. And with the vaccine, even though this second round comes out, we are going to, and that's another perfect segue to my next subject that you brought up. We're going to segue in rebuilding the workforce. And I'm waiting and keeping our fingers crossed that we can get upwards or close to $12 million that I'm asking for the dislocated worker program. And that money will be used for those people who are displaced or furloughed or laid off because of COVID, to start looking at different training opportunities, upskilling opportunities, to put them into new demand occupations. And with our training, we have Mariana's training, we have GCC, we have Oasis, we have a number of these UOG. We can put people into these boot camps and get them heavy equipment operations, truck driving, of course, construction, there's shipyard, there's nursing, there's certified nursing assistants, there's code and medical billing. There's lots of different occupations that are in demand, and that we will train you, we will pay for you to get skilled and put you into a new occupation. That's what we're looking at down the road. Of course, it's too early to do it now because you can't have classrooms and all that stuff. Yeah. But we're hoping that we get this money. A lot of states were only getting 4 or 5 million, but we were one of the highest to use the recovery money. We've employed over 200 people, close to, that are out in the contact tracing, to giving out the foods, to helping us with the PUA program, that are cleaning the homeless shelters, GMH. These are all helping with the COVID-related recovery. We lead the nation in the hiring and the spending of that money, and that is giving us extra consideration for that retraining dollars. And they're trying to get us as much as, because it is competitive, to get us as much as possible. So I'm hoping that we get anywhere from 9 to 12 million, and then that will be used to help get people trained and upskilled or into these new occupations, so that they don't have to wait until the tourism comes back.
Can people still apply?
Apply for
the dislocated worker grant?
Yeah, they can still apply, but we haven't gotten that monies yet. Oh, so I still, either make an appointment, call up, come in, and start looking. The early worm gets the early bird gets the worm. So I encourage those who are aggressive. There are jobs out there. Yeah. Not a lot, but there are success stories. And those people, I have a dozen of my DW recovery people that have gotten jobs. They've gotten hired by GMH. They've gotten hired because, they embraced the cleaning. I mean, it's a tough job cleaning the COVID rooms, but they've gotten training. They've learned how to use the proper protection equipment, and they're doing it, and they got the good attitude. So they gotten, they were offered jobs. There's not a lot of people want to do it, but if you're going to do it with the right attitude, you're going to get hired. And this is exactly what I'm saying is it's a 6-month job, but you go in with a good attitude, anything can happen. You got to go out there. You got to, you got to take care of yourself, and you got to fight for what you want. And because there's going to be thousands of people doing it, as soon as the pool runs out and there's no other choice, that's when everybody's going to hit the line. So hit it now before they start lining up by the thousands, and get first in line. And that's what I try to tell these people. Keep the job that you have. Don't just sit and say, okay, I'm going to take the pool until it ends and then I'll look for another job. Those people that have stuck it out are going to be sitting pretty and still have a job, while there's thousands who don't. So that's my lecture for today.
Well, thank you.
Like that, but that's the reality, and I at least have to at least say it once.
Right. Well, thank you, David, for coming on, and Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you both, and we hope and pray that we have a beautiful new year as we come out of this.
Definitely. Take care.
Take care.
Take care. All right, David De La Sola with the latest out of the Guam Department of Labor. And if you tried to apply for PUA, you can't, because yesterday was the deadline. And we're all just waiting to see what the president will do with the new COVID relief package that's sitting before him.
We're all waiting. Have you heard anything, Bree, about that possible federal government shutdown, that was attached to this?
No, just
this relief bill as well.
Yeah, we're just waiting. So
just sitting around waiting for a dude to sign a paper. Okay.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Well, CD,
but like Dave was saying, if you got those big checks, use that for your bills and save some, because if you didn't get the taxes taken out, that time's going to come around pretty soon, and hopefully you put some away. Don't rush out and buy a new furniture set. Don't get the new big screen TV, as tempting as it is. If that's your income, is the unemployment, then that's going to dry up. So you need to be ready for when that check's not coming in anymore.
Yeah, save your money. We are going to break. Still to come, we've got Attorney General Levin Camacho. He'll be joining us from the Zoom room. But as we head into the break, we've got Cover Me, sponsored by Burger King. And our musical performance is from KPV.
Half a day, everyone. I'm KPV. I just want to wish you all a Merry, Merry Christmas, and please stay safe.
Someday at Christmas, men won't be boys, playing with bombs like kids play with toys. One warm December, our hearts will see a world where men are free. Someday at Christmas, there'll be no wars, when we have learned what Christmas is for, when we have found what life's really worth, there'll be peace on earth. Someday all our dreams will come to be. Someday the world where men are free. Maybe not in time.
Self-storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us. Use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
Today, I'm Senior Airman Juice Santos, assigned to the 254 Security Forces Squadron, Guam Air National Guard. Currently detached to the 380th SFS Squadron. And I just want to wish my family and friends back home a very Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and Happy Holidays. Be safe.
These special season's greetings from our troops is brought to you locally by McDonald's of Guam and KUAM Communications.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
In the spirit of the Christmas season, enjoy the presentation of Nobenin Nino starting December 24th through January 1st, 2021, airing at 5:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and again at 6:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. Presented by Addis Trust and Investment. Location, Service, Trust.
Catch the holiday soundtrack starting December 1st through January 5th. You'll be treated to an all-day festive playlist only on Breeze 93.9 FM. Also streaming on KUAM.com and the KUAM mobile app. Let's spread joy and holiday cheer this season. Holiday soundtrack is brought to you by Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
8:04 in the morning. The Link. Remember, the show probably brought to you by Calvo Enterprises and ITDE with your host, the Brain Sauce Matt Tanani. In the Zoom room, we have Andy Wheeler. Also here in the studio, we got Kenson Nicholas and Joe Sir, myself, Victorious. Welcome back to The Link.
Welcome back, and we're going to head into the Zoom room where we are going to bring in Attorney General Levin Camacho to talk trash. Just kidding. No, we're actually talking about the ORDOT dump and the latest filing in the U.S. Supreme Court. Good morning, AG.
Good morning, Sabrina. Good morning, Andy.
Good morning. This is just, wow. Whenever I hear about the ORDOT dump, when I first got to Guam over 20 or so years ago, the ORDOT dump was one of the stories that I was assigned to cover. And this one was when it wasn't covered on a daily basis. So going there to the dump, it was just terrible. It was just like the worst assignment any reporter could do because, like I said, it just smelled so bad. The flies were ginormous. But, you know, I have a friend, a family that lives by the ORDOT dump now, and it's just a mountain. You can't smell anything at all. But the case is still kind of unresolved in terms of the holding the federal government accountable. And so if you could just share with us and bring us up to speed with this latest briefing.
Sure. So as you mentioned, this has been going on for decades now, and actually goes back to a while back, but I think 2002 was when EPA sued the government of Guam about the ORDOT dump. And I guess, you know, relevant to our case, they actually identified that the Navy was somewhat responsible for the pollution and the contamination up there, but they elected not to sue the Navy or make them part of that case. And that was under the Clean Water Act. So 2004, we have a consent decree. 2014, actually, under my predecessor, Elizabeth Barrett Anderson, Attorney General Barrett Anderson, we sued the Navy, asking that they pay their fair share of what it would cost to clean it up. So the price tag is about $160 million. And as we pointed out in our briefing, that's about 20% of the total of our budget for last year. So it's an extremely large amount of money. And I just want to be clear that what we're asking for is for the Navy to pay their fair share. So once we get to figuring out just how much they contaminated and how much is responsible, you know, the government of Guam contributed to it, then we can figure out, okay, of this $160 million, how much should the Navy pay and how much should the government of Guam pay? At this point, the Navy hasn't paid a dime, and we've been solely responsible as the government of Guam for paying for the cleanup costs. So that's what this action is really meant to do. Just Navy, pay what your fair share is for using the dump for decades, starting in the 40s, going through the Vietnam War, and also the Korean War, and, you know, DDT, Agent Orange, I believe, were all discharged at the ORDOT dump at some point. It's unlined. So we filed our petition with the Supreme Court in September. The DOJ filed their opposition brief. We just wrapped up briefing last week, which is where you guys got the press release. And we are now on schedule to be presented to justices the first week of January at their conference. So just a little bit of procedure. It'll take 4 of them to decide that they want to accept our case for us to move to the next stage. And only a very small percentage of cases get accepted every year. I believe the estimate is 70 to 80 out of 7,000 to 8,000 petitions are accepted. But the one thing that we have, 2 things going for us, we actually have a situation in our case where there's a split or disagreement between 3 or 4 of the different circuits, federal circuits across the country, on how to interpret these environmental documents and statutes and when you need to file your case. So that's what we're presenting, and we're hoping they take it, and then we'll move on to the next phase, which would be briefing on the merits of our case.
Mm-hmm. And you said the feds had filed, the U.S. Department of Justice filed their opposition. Was it mainly because of, you know, well, Gov Guam, you had your opportunity to do so. It's been X amount of years, so it's not our fault.
Yeah, so the main theory is that, and this is where it just gets, you know, when EPA sued Guam, they sued us under the Clean Water Act, and then we sued them under CERCLA, a different environmental statute, which has different remedies that are available. So the argument that we've made is, well, how would we have known to file the CERCLA case in a CWA case? Mm-hmm. And there's actually one federal circuit that's held that one agreement doesn't trigger your rights to or your requirement to bring a lawsuit under a separate law. So that is really the gist of it. The other main point is the consent decree basically allowed the United States to bring us back into court. We weren't done. We just agreed to do certain things, and if we didn't comply, then they had the ability to bring us back in and say, no, Guam, you guys didn't do it. So we argued it goes both ways. You can't say you've resolved liability, it's a settlement agreement, but then point out that both sides can kind of come back and reopen this thing if needed. So those are the two main points that we've asked the Supreme Court of the United States to review and to settle basically across all the federal circuits.
What was that circuit you said?
The Second Circuit is the one that's held that a non-CERC, so a CWA agreement wouldn't trigger a CERCLA suit or case.
And I'm sorry, but what state or jurisdiction is that?
I don't know what states would make up the Second Circuit. I know that on the other side, the Third, the Ninth, and the Seventh, and the DC Circuit now have held that a non-CERCLA agreement can trigger CERCLA. Ninth Circuit is where we fall under. So if you hear about the Ninth Circuit, that's where that's why. That geographically, that's where we fall under. So I'm not as familiar with all the other circuits and where geographically they fall under. I just know Guam because that's where we get sworn in to practice federal law.
Can you kind of bring us up to speed with the consent decree then, and where we are, and has the control been turned over to the government of Guam?
Again, once we were sworn in, I know that governor and lieutenant governor were very involved at the onset, and they were able to get operations transferred away from the receiver to Guam Solid Waste. So that was a huge win. I think we're just trying to wrap up a few pieces, which were contracts that were negotiated by the receiver, and to transfer them to GSWA. But without COVID hitting, the optimism was that they would have actually terminated the receivership completely this year. So there may be a few more hearings that need to happen just to make sure that everything administratively is wrapped up. But my understanding is operationally things have been turned over to GSWA for quite some time now.
Okay. How long would it typically take for the U.S. Supreme Court to make a decision on whether or not they would accept a case?
So they're set to have their conference. We should know within a few weeks whether or not we're going to be accepted.
Okay. And who will be the one to argue the case before the U.S. Supreme Court? Will it be you or?
We have counsel who's been involved in that. So, we'll have to cross that bridge when we get there. Hopefully they accept. Hopefully we're one of the chosen few that gets to move forward. We haven't really worked through the logistics that far down the road.
Yeah. Why do you think that, we didn't pursue this years back?
Well, part of it is resources, Sabrina. I hate to say it, but, just having experts on our side who do deal with this. We've had to outsource this litigation, and it's not unusual, but it's one of those things where we now as an office have taken on, we've sued for NEPA, we've sued for PFAS, but when you have a consumer protection division of 4 attorneys and they do an amazing job with our deputy, Fred Nishihira down there, but you need a team of experts, and especially when you get into a lot of the science involved in figuring out just how much contamination is going on. So part of it's going to be resources. Part of it, quite honestly, was just we recognized that there was a problem at ORDOT that we had been aware of, and you're not thinking about, who else should I be suing and bringing into this? So, but at the end of the day, we believe that CERCLA does provide us the ability to go forward. We have at least 2 circuits on each of those issues that agree with our position, and we hope the Supreme Court accepts and finds in our favor.
Right. I guess we all kind of hope so too. I did also want to congratulate you. And one of the other reasons why we wanted to bring you on the show was being the first elected Attorney General from Guam to serve on the National Association of Attorneys General Executive Committee. So congratulations to you on that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's we got a call at about 4:45 in the morning from General Racine out of the District of Columbia, asking if I'd be willing. And he's a very nice man. And I said, okay. And he, just so you know, my other 2 appointments are the AG from Delaware, Kathy Jennings, and the AG from New York, Tish James. And I said, we're all about the same, Guam, New York, and Delaware. we're very similar in a lot of ways. But quite honestly, Sabrina, I think they got tired of me sending emails every time we circulated some of these national policy papers and reminding them there are territorial AGs as well. So NAG is made up of 56 AGs, the 50 states, DC, and the 5 territories. And some of the things that we've done last week, the CARES extension. Well, hopefully we'll see what happens with the CARES Act or the COVID relief. But I think over about 40 AGs signed a letter, sent it to Congress asking for a CARES Act extension. We also have done things broadband, opioids, But I'm not joking. Every time they send one of those out, I always say, make sure you add "and territorial," because so often we're not considered. And a cool thing, I'm not sure if you guys caught this, but we were part of the Facebook suits that were filed with these multi-state litigation. And whoever prepared their graphic made Guam bigger than Florida. So, Jen was teasing me, like, they talk about putting Guam on the map, and you guys have succeeded in making Guam even bigger than Florida and Hawaii. So we'll add that to the things that we've done. But, it is really an honor to serve on the NAG committee, and there's a lot of great things that territories can have a voice in some of these national policies. General Racine is focused on hate crime and racial justice as his presidential initiative, which is relevant to us as much as we may not think it is. And in particular, he's talked about indigenous communities. He wants to look at the way Native Americans were treated, going into slavery. So there's a lot of opportunity for us to raise territorial issues in those discussions. And I'm hoping being part of the NAG executive committee will give us a little bit more opportunity to give input.
Right.
We're like Peggy Schuyler. If you watch Hamilton, right? The and Peggy. It's always Elizabeth, Eliza, and Peggy. So we're the equivalent of Peggy, I guess, in these things.
And I mean, indigenous issues, that's kind of right up your alley with the work you've done with the Poggett, right? The Poggett lawsuit. So.
Well, and I'm hoping, you're seeing more of these territorial cases come up. And I'm hoping that we had, for a HIDA petition when I was on a few months ago with you, Guam and the NMI have joined to jointly petition. I have a feeling that you're going to be seeing a lot more territorial cooperation with our office and other territorial AG's offices, because we do have a lot in common, and we benefit from having multiple territories coming forward and saying, hey, it's just not the 160,000 in Guam or I was surprised at how many people live in the Virgin Islands. I don't know much about it, but they have a lot of the same things we're dealing with when it comes to SSI benefits, the denial of federal benefits for those who are in need, those with disabilities, down to school lunch programs. They have similar legal issues when it comes to things like lunch reimbursement. So I'm hoping that we're able to, through NAG, work with these other territories and amplify our voices, so it's just not a lone territory out there kind of by itself. Yeah.
All right. I did want to ask, since I have you on, we're still under PCOR 1, but there's several restrictions that have been eased. What's the status of the AG's office? Are you guys still open, teleworking?
We're open up 50% now, except for those divisions which we need to have more staff come in, just to essential services. So our child support has been in actually for quite some time now, to handle PUA and any garnishments that are happening to get those money out, those funds out, because we know how important they are. Our criminal division, prosecution division has been in. Our litigation division, every division here has been busy. So we try to comply with the 50% as much as we can. I do want to say, we have our phone numbers available on our website and our direct extensions. We will be updating those directories soon so that you can actually dial directly into a division without having to enter an extension. And hopefully that's this week. We can get that out to you guys. But we receive over 150 calls a day. And I know it's frustrating to not have a human being answer the phone, but I just ask people if you can send emails out. All of our emails are published on our website, oagguam.org. And if you're not getting a response within a few days, please email ag@oagguam.org and we can follow up for you. We're doing our best, but again, when you have 150 calls a day and we're at 50% staff, it just makes it very difficult to take as many calls as we would like to take. But we want to get answers to people who are calling in with questions.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're about to close out 2020, thank goodness. In hindsight, have you learned any lessons this past year? I'm sure everybody has. And what are you looking forward to in 2021?
I got to say, sometimes necessity, forces innovation on us. And I would never have thought that we would be here appearing via Zoom. But remote work capabilities, we actually launched our, it's funny, we've sued Google for the dominating the search engine market. But we also rolled over to G Suites maybe a week before we were in lockdown the first time around. So, we've been able to leverage that. So I just think it shows that we can be resilient and we can be innovative when we need to be. And this coming year, it's going to be just making sure that we can continue to provide our team with the resources they need to do their jobs. I mean, I'm excited. There's a lot of tech stuff that we're going to be rolling out this year that we'll be able to share with you guys soon, I hope. And with the vaccine, I just ran into someone in the elevator. It's funny, we have staff here that I don't know what they look like because I've just seen the whites of their eyes. But I'm hoping at some point in the near future we can all get together again and do it safely. But 3 W's, I'm going to continue emphasizing it. My dad or my son teases me that I have dad law. I impose dad law. Whenever anyone comes to the house, they're wearing a mask. They got to wash their hands. So I think he recognizes that I'm a stickler for rules, and it's for a reason, right? We've been able to get our CAR score down and our positivity rate down to a manageable level. So I'm hoping schools open up again. If I can lobby for that, and yeah. I did bring it to Sabrina. Can you imagine if this happened when we were in school? I mean, I think we're about the same age, It's like, it would have been a 1 year long summer vacation. So in some ways, I'm very grateful for all the teachers that are doing their best to educate our kids, and all the parents that are teacher, lunchroom lady, school aide, everything, right? But it just, what a time to, at least it's better now than 1993. I would have gotten even worse grades probably. So.
All right, Levin, thank you so much. By the way, the local judiciary, the federal judiciary, they have written letters to the governor to kind of move up the line for vaccinations. Is that something that you guys would be included in, or do you plan on maybe asking if the AG and the prosecution can move up as well?
I want to make sure our field people are getting it first. That's just our investigators, process officers are out there dealing with people. I do think it's important to get vaccinated, but yeah, it's just one of those things where I'm willing to wait until my folks who are out there dealing with people, the public, and probably are much higher risk at contracting it from others get it. So I'm willing to wait my turn.
All right.
Not a problem.
All right. Thanks, AG. Happy New Year to you and the family.
Thank you. Happy New Year to you as well.
All right. Take care.
Just, thanks.
All right. Checking in with Attorney General Levin Camacho, talking trash with him about the filing in the U.S. Supreme Court. We're just going to have to wait a few weeks, I guess you could say, until the U.S. Supreme Court decides whether or not they're going to take our case in terms of holding the federal government, specifically the Navy, accountable to pay its fair share for the pollution at the ORDOT dump. Stay tuned. We'll have more on the link after the break.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more.
Today I'm Senior Airman Juice Santos, assigned to the 254 Security Forces Squadron, Guam National Guard. Currently detached to the 380th SFS Squadron. And I just want to wish my family and friends back home a very Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and Happy Holidays. Be safe.
These special season's greetings from our troops is brought to you locally by McDonald's of Guam and KUAM Communications.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
In the spirit of the Christmas season, enjoy the presentation of No Benen Nino starting December 24th through January 1st, 2021, airing at 5:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and again at 6:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. Presented by Addis Trust and Investment. Location, service, trust.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us. Use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
Catch the holiday soundtrack starting December 1st through January 5th. You'll be treated to an all-day festive playlist only on Breeze 93.9 FM. Also streaming on KUAM.com and the KUAM mobile app. Let's spread joy and holiday cheer this season. Holiday soundtrack is brought to you by Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
time, 8:30 in the morning. The Link on a Monday. We're back. Your host, Sabrina Salas Matanani. In the Zoom room, we have Andy Wheeler. And we're back here with The Link. Good morning.
Half a day, everybody. We're going to go right into the Zoom room where we are going to speak with Melanie Guerrero. Many of you are familiar with this story. It's been ongoing for over a month. Melanie, on November 8th, filed a missing persons report for her son Michael Castro, who was last seen on October 29th. It is now December 28th. Melanie, good morning.
Good morning.
So, have you heard anything at all regarding your son?
Well, what I've done so far through my own research was I of course I want to find out any activities that would be normal for Michael to be doing, and so through what I found out, phone logs and phone logs have been non-existent as far as outgoing calls since October 30th. There's been no ATM withdrawals as far as bank activity that he would be doing, no credit card transactions. So that's what I know so far, that there has been no normal activity that Michael would be doing. As far as what would tell me that he's still around, you know. Nothing has of that should be going on has been going on since October 30th. So I'm just I'm still very kind of lost, you know, as far as the investigation too as well. They can't tell me any information as far as where Michael might be, or any information that has come in about Michael's whereabouts. We don't know any of that.
You know, you said you were doing, you said you were doing your research, trying to figure out anything that could lead you to where, you know, he might have been. But what about the Guam Police Department? When's the last time you spoke with them, and what information or even hope have they provided you?
It's been it's been more than a week already, like a week and a half, and since they spoken to me at all.
Are you there, Melanie?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. You were breaking up. You said it's been over a week.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. You said it was over a week and a half since you've heard from the Guam Police Department?
Correct. Yeah, and I'm still waiting. They promised me to speak with me this week, and I'm still waiting for that to happen.
When you spoke with them over a week and a half, well, what did they say?
They said they had new information that they needed to work on and look further into, and so they couldn't tell me what that information was. And I was just asking, is it information that might lead you to where Michael's whereabouts might be? And they just said that it was just new information, and they're hopeful that it would lead them to Michael's whereabouts. But nothing has been very clear with them so far. You know, so I'm still kind of left in the dark as well.
Yeah, during a press conference, I think it was last week, held by the Guam Police Department, our Ken St. Nicholas actually had asked, I believe it was, that, you know, for an update on the Michael Castro missing persons case, and the chief of police, Steve Ignacio, did say that there was an update, but then stopped at that and couldn't provide what exactly that update was. And so you're saying you heard that?
Yeah, I heard that. So I called right away and I said, I heard there's an update, and are you guys going to give me the update? And then they said that they were really busy this week, but that they did get new information and that they were going to be looking into it. And I said, well, I'm hoping that when we get to meet and we can discuss what that new information is, can you tell me, or do you have a feeling that it might lead you to where Michael might be? And he just, the detective couldn't provide any clear information.
Wow.
But I'm just, it's been already 2 months, and I just get a strong sense that as Michael's mom, I know something happened. Something happened, and with no activity, bank activity, no phone calls, nothing that would be normal that Michael would be doing has happened since his disappearance. So it's just leading me to believe that I know, and I feel very strongly that something did happen to Michael, and I'm hoping that it can become more clear what that is, and they can be more straightforward about that information.
And I hate to ask, but you're mentioning that you believe something happened to him. Do you believe he's still alive? It has been 2 months. Or do you think that he was harmed or being held against his will?
I get a really strong sense, and as Michael's mom, we all have feelings and intuition, and I'm already starting to believe that with 2 months that has gone by and I haven't heard from Michael, I haven't heard anything that would lead me to believe that he's still around as far as being alive. I hate to have to think that, but that's the reality of my family right now. That's leading us to believe that he's not around. We haven't seen him, and Michael's not the type of person or son that would not call me, that would not reach out to his friends, that would not reach out to his family. He just would never do something like that. And he has a daughter, hasn't called her or nothing like that has happened. So my family, we're just dealing with the reality that could be a possibility that possibly Michael was harmed. And when we get that information, or someone can tell us whether that's all the case, then it'll help me and my family come to some kind of knowing, because right now we're just in the unknown, and just we keep having hope and praying and hoping that he wasn't harmed. But when this amount of time has gone by, it's in every person's natural thinking that we know something happened, because this is just not normal. Not normal for anyone to just disappear and go missing and not reach out to anyone whatsoever. And so that's what I found out. He hasn't reached out to anybody at all that I know that he would know.
Right, and we can only pray, right, that he's okay, and that he'll come home. And I guess just two different messages. One, a message to Michael that you would have for him.
I think my message would be more to someone out there that might have some information and still not being able to come forward with that information about letting us know Michael's whereabouts. Because I haven't heard from Michael in 60 days, I don't believe my son would not reach out to me if he could. And so my message is primarily to anyone that might still be withholding information on his whereabouts. It's very hard for us to deal with this every day, and not having any information about where he is, because it's just not fair for me, for my family, for everybody that has known Michael, not to know where he is, or that whether he's alive or if he's alive, that we want to know that. And if the worst is that he's not, we need to know that, nobody should not be accounted for. Everyone should be accounted for, no matter what the situation is. Michael's been missing, and that's where we're still at. He's still missing, and we don't know anything as far as whether he's alive or not. And we really need to know that. It's hard to deal with every single day not knowing that. We want to know whether he's still alive. We want to know where he is. That's what we've been asking for. Like, we just want to know where he is. Please find him. We've tried to look. I've tried to go around searching, looking for him, and just trying to rely on my mother's instincts to see if I can feel anything, his whereabouts. And I just get the strong sense that, like I know he's out there, I know he is. And I know someone knows where he might be. And our family just wants to know where he's at.
Yeah, and our island is so small. It makes you wonder why.
Exactly.
I mean, if he is being held against his will, what would your message be to that person? Or
if Michael's being held against his will, everybody would know how to contact his family. People that know Michael, or obviously if he's being held against his will, they would know who he is, right? And they would know who his friends are. They know who I am, and I haven't got any kind of communication as far as anyone trying to reach out to me, and I wish they will, reach out to us and let us know whatever the case is. We don't know. We can only assume. But if he's being held against his will, we want to know about it. And why, what would the reason be for that, and we hope that they can let us know, whoever is holding him against his will, if that's the case, and whoever knows where he is, because someone knows. I believe that in my heart, that someone knows where he's at, and it's just a matter of time, and nothing's going to be left unknown. At some point, we're gonna know, and we're gonna find out. And I just wish that whoever does know his whereabouts, or whoever has information, whether he's being held against his will, to please come forward and let the family know. Let me know. I'm easy to reach and find. So this has been very, very tough for my family, for us. Living day to day, not knowing anything about where Michael is. And it's beyond heartbreaking now, with the time that has gone by. And I wish you can empathize with us, with Michael's family, that we really need to know where he is, and help us to have some peace of mind, because every family deserves that. Every mother deserves that, to know where her child is. And I'm just praying and hoping that we'll get to some of that information soon, because that's all we've been asking for, is just to find him.
Right. And all we know, in terms of what the Guam Police Department has provided to the media, is that the missing persons report was filed by you on the 8th. The family last saw him on the 29th. His car was located in Santa Rita, and that's about it. Is there any? Yeah, and like I said, because of all the uncertainties surrounding their investigation, I had to do my own research, and nothing that I found has led me to believe that he's walking around out there, so everything has stopped. And so that tells me that
either he's being held against his will, like we're thinking, or something terrible happened, and we just really need to come to some certainty and some clear answers, and I hope that can be provided. And I keep asking, please, help us provide that information so that our family can come to some clarity, about what happened to Michael, where he's at. It's like everybody should be accounted for, even in whatever the circumstance, the situation is. We as Michael's family, we need to know what happened. We need to know where he is, so it can help us to have some peace of mind, because it's the worst feeling every single day, like not knowing anything about where my son is at. Like, it's just not fair as a mother, and I reach out to other mothers out there that might know anything about this case. Like, just imagine if you were in my situation, like I need to know where my son is at. And if you know anything, and if you know anything about this case, about Michael being missing, or you heard something, please just understand, like, put yourself in my shoe, like, Michael may be an adult, but he's still my child. He's still my son, and I still need to know what happened and where he's at. So I'm just pleading with every mother out there that might have an ear open and might have heard something, that please come forward and say something, because it's just, we just got to stop the culture of shutting our mouths. Let's speak up and speak out, because we need that. Like, we're already suffering. This has been an awful year for our entire island and the world. Like, our family needs to come to some clarity and certainty about what happened to Michael. And I'm just begging and pleading with everybody out there to please let us know where Michael's at.
All right, Melanie. Please keep us posted. I know you mentioned that you're going to be talking to GPD hopefully this week, and hopefully they'll have some news and the update to share with you, and hopefully
yes,
he's found.
And I will definitely ask them, like, what can be said out, what can be shared with everyone, because I know a lot of people are still reaching out to me trying to find out if there's any new news on Michael, and I just feel like heartbroken when I'm not able to tell them anything, like what happened to him, where is he at, all of that, the question marks that a lot of people who reached out to me that are even strangers and are very concerned about where Michael is, and just sending love and prayers and hope that he gets found, and that's at the end of the day, we just want Michael to be found. It's the right thing, and the right it's the right thing to do. If I'm speaking to those who might have that information about where Michael's whereabouts are, like, please don't hold that in, and that's going to be very that's really hard for anyone who has information about Michael's whereabouts not to say it out loud and tell somebody, because if the worst has happened to Michael and he's lying out there somewhere, it's just like, that's not the kind of human beings we are, and that's not the kind of people that we represent. We're an island of love and care, and it doesn't matter from whatever background you're from. Every human being, I believe wholeheartedly that we all have a love inside of us that we have for our island and our people, and I just want to reach out to whoever might have information and remember that we come from an island of love, and we love our people, and every person from any background, it doesn't matter, we love our people, and Michael's family comes from a family of, we have deep love for our family and friends and our island. And I just I want to say to anyone out there that might have that information, please remember that we've all been through a lot of tough times this year, and I just reach out to you if you have information about Michael's whereabouts. Please find it in your heart to come forward and let us know, because we just want to know where my son Michael is at. Please.
All right. Thanks, Melanie.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity, and Merry Christmas to all of you.
You take care, and our prayers to you and the family. Again,
thank you so much.
Michael Castro is her son, Melanie's son, Michael Castro. He has been missing now for 2 months. Anyone with any information on his whereabouts, please call the Guam Police Department. The number's 472-8911. Again, 472-8911. And you know, as law enforcement always says, if you see something, say something. Please report it. I mean, like Melanie said, how would you feel? I mean, put yourself in her shoes. She has not spoken to her son in 2 months, and she's done everything, done her own research, checked phone records, ATM bills, and it's almost as if he just vanished for the past 2 months. So really, it's incumbent on our community, if you see something, please, you know something, even if you know if he's being held against his will. 472-8911 is the number. We're back with the general manager of the Port Authority after the break.
In the spirit of the Christmas season, enjoy the presentation of No Benen Nino starting December 24th through January 1st, 2021, airing at 5:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and again at 6:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. Presented by Addis Trust and Investment. Location, service, trust.
Today I'm Senior Airman Juice Santos, assigned to the 254 Security Forces Squadron, Guam National Guard. Currently detached to the 380th SFS Squadron. And I just want to wish my family and friends back home a very Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and Happy Holidays. Be safe.
These special season's greetings from our troops is brought to you locally by McDonald's of Guam and KUAM Communications.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our mask. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us. Use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital. We got your 6.
Hafaday and Mabuhay, I'm Ann Pobutsky. I'm the territorial epidemiologist for Guam. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can be spread by people who are not showing symptoms, which means they are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread or transmission of the virus, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when you are in public. Everyone must wear a face covering when they leave home, have it visible at all times, and put it on when they see others nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking healthcare, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 but have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or visit our website at dphss.guam.gov.
right now at 9 o'clock. We are KUAM FM in Hagåtña, Guam. This is Breeze 93.9 FM, and this is The Link, and we are back with another hour of The Link here, the show with your hosts, Sabrina Salas Matanani, and myself, Victorious, right here on The Link. Good morning.
Hafaday, good morning, everybody. Hope you had a wonderful holiday. We're all back to work. So we're going to head into the Zoom room, where we're checking in with Port Authority of Guam General Manager Rory Respicio. Good morning, Rory.
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
How was your Christmas?
We celebrated the birth of Jesus, COVID compliant.
No more than, what is the current capacity? 15? 15?
Yeah, no, more than 15.
Right.
Oh, yeah, we had far less than that. We just have to be safer than what the expectation is.
Right. So, you guys had a port board meeting, I think it was last week, and I wanted to bring you on, really just to kind of get an update on things that are happening over at the Port Authority. So if you could just kind of give us...
I'm pleased to report that the port remains 100% operational. We have a very active board, and we have been meeting monthly. And we even been meeting online prior to the pandemic. That's one of the things the governor asked all the agencies to do when they have board meetings, to be able to stream online. But because of the pandemic, we've been going having these meetings via Zoom. We updated the board on many things. We told the board that we're about 6% less in the container throughput year-to-date collection. So that when people are saying that they're going to all these establishments and there's nothing on the shelves, it's really not because there's a backlog at the port, but it's because of their ability or inability to reorder. What we started from the very first moments of the pandemic is Governor Leangura asked us to see what we could do to support the local businesses. We worked with the carriers, and those containers that were on the ship en route to, and I talked about this before, they get 5 free storage days to get their container out. And what I've been able to do with the board's consent is extend these number of free days until such time they're able to get their containers. So this is money that we never projected, and it's money we would have never received had it not been for the pandemic. But what it means is that if you come to the port, you'll see a lot of containers that are stockpiled. And once these businesses open up, they're able to come to the port and get their containers, and having to scramble and order and get those containers in. So we've been able to hold our own in last year's fiscal year. Year to date, we have a projected net income of $4.1 million. And our container throughput is about 0.2% higher last fiscal year than the year before. We're still proceeding business as usual, but understanding though that we have a pandemic, and we are watching our bottom line since day one.
And is that 6%? Was that more or less than what you were anticipating?
Oh, it's 6% less year-to-date projected. Mm-hmm. But the way we did our revenue forecast is we took the actual collection experience of last March to July, and we spread that over 12 months. And so for our revenue projection, the board projected based on the numbers we were collecting during the pandemic. Mm-hmm. And we're still able to stay within our $4.9 million monthly allotment last fiscal year, taking care of all of our debt service. And so this revenue projection didn't even quantify for the military buildup increases. We're going to see a lot of construction activity, and also it didn't account for any tourism. And so once the economy opens up, we're very hopeful that we're going to start to generate revenues that we didn't even project. Mm-hmm. So it's a very conservative approach to operating in this kind of climate.
Mm-hmm. One thing you guys approved was this $1 million for the construction of Hagåtña Marina seawall. If you can tell us more about that.
Yeah, that's correct. We're very excited about this. My understanding is that the Fishermen's Co-op was funded through the hotel occupancy tax bond past years ago. I remember voting for that legislation when I was in the legislature. And in this administration, the Governor Lulian Guerra reached out to GITA and asked them to resurrect that whole project. And so they did, and then they saw that it's going to cost $3 million, and they have budgeted $2 million. And the critical element and component to moving forward with that was the building of a seawall. And so since the port has jurisdiction to the Hagåtña boat basin, Governor asked us to work with the board and see if we're able to construct the seawall so that GITA can move forward through its project managers and construct the Fishermen's Co-op. We're very supportive of this simply because it'll create some business opportunity with the Fishermen's Co-op. The governor said that it will increase food sustenance. Fishermen will have a place to go and sell their catch, as well as the development of the aquaculture industry, which is what the governor talked about a lot over and over on the campaign trail. And so when we met with the board, we presented all those ideas and rationale to them, and thankfully they agreed. They also agreed that we weren't going to do the procurement for that there is a project manager through GITA, and that we would be remitting the money based on their own construction schedule. And so that's a really good arrangement that we're going to have with them. And we're just excited about what the Fishermen's Co-op will do to the Hagåtña boat basin area. It'll improve the area. There are our users also, and I think it's a win-win to have a very strong partnership with GITA and the local fishing community and the governor and lieutenant governor in order for this to be a reality.
This seawall, is it basically beefing up the I guess I'm not sure, is it the seawall that's there, or?
No, this is going to be the construction of a new seawall, and it's going to be where the Fishermen's Co-op area is. And this is also the channel into the Hagåtña boat basin. So it's necessary to prevent erosion. And in order to construct that building, the architects have said that they have to harden the foundation in order for that construction to be possible. But this is a dream, a long-time dream of Manny Dueñas. And the governor's publicly said that she's always supported Manny Dueñas' vision and the vision of the Fishermen's Co-op. And we were told by Melanie Mendiola and former First Lady Joanne Camacho that they hope to break ground first quarter of next year.
For the co-op or the marine?
For everything, for the whole Fishermen's Co-op project.
Yeah, when you
but
think...
You all would have to be constructed first.
Right, and I guess would it be kind of like how they opened the farmers market and they built it up, they have their store, so this is kind of like what we're looking at with the Fishermen's Co-op?
Yeah, and it's a place where local fishermen will be able to sell their catch.
Yeah, that's exciting and a long time coming, especially if you know Manny Dueñas, right?
Yeah, and we have our new board member, Dot Harris, who spoke in favor of the port doing this. She used to be a chief planner of the port, and she said it's been decades since that area received any these kinds of attention.
Right.
And the governor walks there daily, so I think she's going to also be like a construction manager for this project.
All right.
Yeah.
Is there anything else? What else are you guys working on over at the port?
Well, we have a lot of procurement projects in the pipeline. As I told the board, we have attorney Tom Keeler, who has been assigned to us by General Camacho and the Attorney General's office. And publicly, I want to say how grateful I am to Attorney Tom Keeler for all that he's done with the area of procurement. He's assigned to public health doing the federal highway projects. But since Tom Keeler's been on board, he's been all about the solutions. How do we get these things done consistent with the procurement law? He's been working closely with our procurement team, Georgine Arceo and others, and all the division heads as end users. Hopefully, we're getting ready to publish the demolition and deconstruction of all these gantry cranes, the two of them that have been decommissioned. It's a really big project. We also have the two RTGs and another mobile harbor container. and possibly the sunken vessel at F6. And so that's one procurement that's going to be let out. Governor Leon Guerrero did a boat tour with EPA as the lead agency. EPA has been able to identify some federal funds to take care of the derelict vessels. And so there are about 14 vessels throughout the port property, GPA property. As luck would have it, Bree, most of the derelict vessels are on GPA property, Cabris power plants. And so they're committed to paying just as what the port would pay to individually move those vessels. This is the Harbor of Safe Refuge area. So there's a lot of moving pieces, a lot of projects in the pipeline. We've announced to the board that on January 4th, we've made an offer to Christine Clavera. She's an attorney. She's currently clerking for Judge Barcinas. She accepted the position, but we're hoping to still have Tom for as long as we can, so that we also have a lot of projects. There's leases, there's other legal matters, and so I think that it's going to be a good combination to have someone like Christine working under Tom at least for a few months or so to continue to push forward these procurement projects.
Mm-hmm. Going back to that derelict derelict vessels, is that in line with that executive order that the governor signed?
Correct. So immediately following the boat tour, and the governor and lieutenant governor on that boat tour, she signed an executive order creating that committee with agriculture, EPA as the lead. And so that executive order is the vehicle to which they tap in those federal funds that that Walter is trying to put together.
Mm-hmm. You said 14 vessels?
Yeah.
Wow. How much is something like that gonna cost?
Well, EPA has 500,000 to start, and so that's 500,000 less that GPA and the port would have to put out.
Right.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a big step forward and a big help for us. This is one of the projects that the administration identified during the transition report to say that the port has to figure out how we can lift those derelict vessels. And the Coast Guard has also been very instrumental. The Coast Guard has have some funds to go in and do contain the fluids, but the Coast Guard would not be the one to lift the vessel out of the water.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a good partnership between EPA, the Coast Guard, the Navy, the port, GPA, and agriculture.
Mm-hmm. How soon are you guys looking at getting that started?
Walter has the executive order that empowers him to do this, and I know he and his team, Jesse Cruz, they've been very aggressive. They tried to have that boat tour mid-year last year, but things kind of changed the plans for a lot of people, and I know that Walter is going to gear up to get that thing done.
All right.
And I really asked the governor if EPA can handle the procurement for that, and it should be one procurement for all of the vessels, so you can capitalize on the economies of scale. You can't bid it out per vessel, otherwise you're going to get a very high price. But if they did it as one big package, the government, local and federal government, may be able to get the highest bang for their buck.
Mm-hmm. One thing I also wanted to talk to you about was, the Port Authority. They haven't shut down since the pandemic started. You guys have constantly been working, and you've had your own positive cases over there. You have your own clinic, I want to say. So where is the Port Authority in terms of the line for and the priority groups for vaccinations?
Well, thank you for the question. The Port Authority, we did submit our vaccination recommendation to Arthur Snogstein, and who he's bringing it through the committee. From the very beginning, I've said that we're 100% operational as required by the governor, especially in the executive order, and that because we're 100% operational, it's all hands on deck. Mm-hmm. And that means for all the 358 employees at the port, we're not set up to telework because we can't move cargo containers at home, and we're not able to do billings at home because of the sensitivity of the documents, even procurement, HR, So from the very beginning, I've been telling them you're 100% essential. I didn't want to identify non-essential employees on one day and then call them back because they're essential. And so we did have our scare here at the port. We're at 20 COVID positive cases. We're still mourning the loss of our brother, Henry St. Nicholas. And so I've identified every port employee as tier 1. And public health has asked me to go back and take a look at if they're really all tier 1, and making the argument that they are. They're all going to be tier 1, but what we've done instead is we've asked them to vaccinate all of the dockside workers. These are critical technical positions, and so you need a certified crane operator, you need even the cargo checker, stevedores, and so if something happens, God forbid, you can't just bring in the National Guard and have them run port operations. They're a crew with highly technical and specialized work in their own right. And so we've identified 285 employees at the dockside, from operations, transportation, equipment maintenance, crane maintenance, even the safety division and the harbor master. And then when we get to the administration side, what I've asked public health to consider is to give the vaccines to those employees who have comorbidities or underlying health conditions are considered high risk, whether it's age or comorbidities. And then the third group, as vaccines become available, would be everybody else. And the deputies, Louis, Dominic, and I, we're going to be the last in each category. We believe that the front liners should be vaccinated first, as they should be. And we got a really good response from Arthur St. Augustine. He said that port employees through the CDC guidelines are deemed essential. And this also goes for our industry partners, because public health is not just vaccinating government employees, they're vaccinating even the industry partners and individuals. We saw private healthcare nurses get vaccinated, and then now they're going, which they should, to the 75 and above for Manamco, their very vulnerable community. And once we get them called to mobilize, I'm sure public health has their own survey forms that we can survey the employees to see if they would take it or not. So we're just waiting patiently, but vaccine or no vaccine, it's not going to change the behavior here at the port. Employees are still wearing masks, social distancing, washing hands. And Bri, I'm very proud of the employees because I've really seen a transition in the positive direction, that when employees are even in their smoke break and they're congregating, if they don't have an active cigarette in their mouth, another employee will yell at them and say, hey, put your mask on. And so in the employee lounge, they build plexiglasses, they're making sure that they're not congregating all at the same time. And it really hit hard when Henry passed away. You can see a lot of employees saying that his death is not going to be in vain, and they're going to do everything they can. And his wife publicly came out and said whatever she experienced and all that pain and tragedy, she doesn't want anybody else to go through that. And so her message really resonated with the Port Strong family. And so vaccine or no vaccine, even those that get vaccinated will still have to wear their mask, social distance, wash hands. So we're patiently waiting. You mentioned we never stopped working. Not a single division at the port shut down. Yeah. The closest we came was when we had to test the tariff division. And this is the division that clears the containers and does the billing. We had to move them from one section to another section of the port, which is the boardroom. And they had a makeshift operation just so they can clear the containers. But we're not going to make the argument that the port employee is more important than another employee, especially, God forbid, more important than a Manamco. We're just going to say that we submitted our plan to public health. And also public health has asked each department and agency, each corporate entity to take a look at those areas where you cannot social distance. Yeah. And so don't vaccinate your employees who are teleworking. Don't vaccinate your employees who can socially distance, who can work within those parameters. And so for the port, we cannot socially distance because of the kind of environment that we're in. We cannot telework because of the kind of environment we're in. We have been finding ways to reduce the population at work, like if they clear a vessel on time, way ahead of schedule, since those are already billed to the carriers. That's called a guaranteed work shift. So they've been able to maybe once every few weeks, they've been able to have probably a couple hours of RTO at home. But those RTOs, I've clarified that it's not to be factored as part of the overtime unless they hit 40 physical hours here at work. But despite that, I don't know if you've been to the port lately, but they cleared out the seawall. That was our maintenance division, that whole seawall area at the port property. The governor and lieutenant governors asked us to see what we can do to help with the veteran cemetery. And so we had a crew there with the heavy equipment, with the water blaster, helping veteran cemetery administrator Tim Uggan bring, and other community people that's come out to help the veteran cemetery, to bring the cemetery up to a certain standard where they can apply for grants to maintain it. Nice. And so that's part and parcel to what we've been doing outside of port operation.
All right. Well, certainly thank you, Rory, for coming on and giving us the update. We're about to end 2020. Excuse me. What are you looking forward to in 2021? Or looking forward to say goodbye to 2020?
Yeah, I think we're all looking for some semblance of normalcy. I think that this is for us here at the port, this has been the new normal. And I'm always grateful and appreciative, Dominic, Louie, and I, that our port families accepted us to be part of their port family, that they understand that everything we do is for the greater good, and that we don't play favorites, that it's part of the Nyangoro Chinor administration's philosophy of fairness, accountability, transparency, and it's not just what I'm saying, is we're seeing it in the awards that we're getting, national and local recognition. The Association of Government Accountants just came out and gave the Port Authority a Platinum Award for accountability and transparency. And that's the first ever award for the port. And then we also got a national recognition, which was the first ever award for the port. And so the first year, we went from 103,000 net negative to about 7.5 million. We paid off some bills that we found ourselves in, and so we had a net negative income of 3.5 million. Like I said, we're on course to have a net income of 4.1 million. We've been able to pay some attention to the Hagåtña Boat Basin by helping to construct that seawall, which the governor's asked us to do. We're moving forward with our port modernization projects, and I just hope that 2021, with the new senators that come in, with the new legislature that comes in, that they recognize the good things that have happened this administration. And like our philosophy is, if when we came in, Bree, whatever was working, we kept. We didn't change a single thing that was working. Whatever needed a little bit work, we tweaked. And then whatever didn't make sense, we just did away with it, and we shift courses. And so in 2021, I'm hoping we could see a lot more cooperation. I'm looking forward to seeing who my oversight chair would be in the legislature.
Well, it's not going to be Joanne.
Well, and if it is...
No, because it's a Republican minority.
If that's the luck of the draw, I will work with her. I've congratulated her on her winning a seat. And I think that it's going to take all 15 senators and the governor, lieutenant governor, and all the mayors, all the cabinet members to just let the past be the past. And that's the beauty about elections, right? And the beauty about inaugurations is you get an opportunity to come out and say, hey, let's just let the past be the past. It's a new term. Let's see what happens, and let's see who's gonna cast the first stone. We saw President-elect Biden reach out to Mitch McConnell and congratulate him, which irritated the heck out of President Trump. But I really think that cooler heads will prevail. There's a lot more that we have to do at the port, and I'm looking for to build more partners beyond the port users group. All the carriers will tell you that it's a very different pool, and it's really because of the employees. And it's a very different environment here because of the employees. We never came in and said we're going to change all those things. We came in and said, identify the changes that you've been longing for, and let us be that catalyst for change. And we've all worked to aspire to that area. I just hope that 2021 sees no more COVID-19 deaths, that people don't get sick. I caught the interview with Michelle. I hope that they find Michael. This is a tough interview to do right after the interview you just did. So I want to give some recognition to the families out there that are going through a lot in whatever capacity they're in. Everybody has a struggle, and that's how we see the Port family. We just, I'm getting ready to do a climate survey to address the first 2 years of our being here. And the climate survey will build upon our commitment to giving every employee a voice. And it's gonna ask them, they're gonna be able to submit a survey anonymously, and it's gonna ask them, do they understand our vision, the administration's vision, the board's vision? Do they feel respected in the workplace? Do they feel that they're contributing to the port? Just all kinds of things. Do they believe that they're given the training they need? Do they believe they have promotional opportunities at the port? Do they believe that management has been fair? And I'm really excited to see what the results of that market survey, the climate survey, is going to be, and that we'll share that. Although I could feel that morale is high, productivity is high, I could feel employees are happy. I want to know if it's a case of going along to get along, and I want to speak to every single port employee to get their feedback. And I'm also going to do it based on demographics, and we love data, right? We're always trying to make decisions based on data, based on financials. And I want to see if the employees 0 to 3 years, or 3 years to 5 years, all the way to 25 to 30 years and 30 years plus, I want to see those demographics, and if they believe in the Port Strong philosophy. I want to see those older employees by service, not by necessarily by age. I want to see if they're just paycheck employees, that they're just coming to work, ready to retire, because those kind of attitudes kind of bring the organization down if their heart's not in it, and if their mind's not in it, and if they don't believe they're part of the team. And so if we don't have a consultant doing this. This is Francine Rocho, Bernadette Meno, and just the team here at the port. We're looking at, I think, SurveyMonkey. You could create and we're being guided by what other corporate companies are doing, and we're going to do this in-house, and we're going to be very honest with the data, and we're going to share the data with the board, with the governor, lieutenant governor, and the administration. But also we're going to share the data with the employees, because if they don't feel the same way I feel about the port, then certainly I have to be a better leader together with Louis and Dominic. So that's what we hope 2021 will bring here for the port. Make the employees feel like we just have to stay the course, and we just have to do everything that we can do. Vaccine or no vaccine, yep. We're gonna wait in line. We're gonna hope public health agrees with our recommendation, and if they don't, I'll yield to them. We never wanted to be a burden on public health. We're very grateful that Arts and Augustine and Annette Uggan, Dr. K, they've allowed us to do our own contact tracing. They've allowed us to do everything we can so that we're not a burden on public health that has to service other agencies and the people of Guam. So in 2021, I hope to see all of the good in 2020 and leave all of the bad in 2020.
Yeah, we
hope
all
that makes sense.
Well, thanks, Rory. Happy New Year to you, the family, and your port family.
Thank you. Take care. Stay safe.
Stay safe. Okay, still to come on the link, we are going to be heading over to Ukadu High School. We're going to be checking in with Adriana Cotero. The vaccination clinic for Islands Manumco is just getting underway. It just got underway at 9 o'clock, and it's still 3 o'clock this afternoon. For anybody that's 75 years of age or older, you have to register first with your village mayor in order to get vaccinated, in order to get in the line. And she's going to take us through the process and tell us what people need to know before they even head over there, or, for those that aren't there yet. So stay tuned. We're back with more after the break.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
Today, I'm Senior Airman Juice Santos, assigned to the 254 Security Forces Squadron, Guam Air National Guard. Currently detached to the 380 SFS Squadron. And I just want to wish my family and friends back home a very Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and Happy Holidays. Be safe.
These special season's greetings from our troops is brought to you locally by McDonald's of Guam and KUAM Communications.
In the spirit of the Christmas season, enjoy the presentation of Noben Nino starting December 24th through January 1st, 2021, airing at 5:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and again at 6:30 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. Presented by Addis Trust and Investment. Location, Service, Trust.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us. Use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
Catch the holiday soundtrack starting December 1st through January 5th. You'll be treated to an all-day festive playlist only on Breeze 93.9 FM. Also streaming on KUAM.com and the KUAM mobile app. Let's spread joy and holiday cheer this season. Holiday soundtrack is brought to you by Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering.
Half a day. My name is Chimamba Kwem, Tuberculosis Enhancing Disease Program Manager for the Department of Public Health. As Guam continued to deliver critical services during this unprecedented time, we must do everything in our power to protect the health and safety of our people. Continue to encourage wearing a face covering, practice social distancing and washing hands. These practices are becoming especially important as we begin to reopen our great island. Prevention saves life. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
a day. My name is Zena Cruz Vecina, a registered nurse with the Department of Public Health and Social Services. COVID-19 continues to be a very real threat to Guam. Wearing an appropriate cloth face covering in public is a simple and important way you can protect yourself and others on our island. During a pandemic, no single action will stop the spread of the virus. Wash your hands often with soap and water and stay 6 feet away from others. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at www.dphss.guam.gov.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
Time, 9:39 in the morning. The Link, we're back. Remember, the show probably brought to you by Calvo Enterprises and 19E. And we're back with your host, Sabrina Salas, Matt, tonight, and myself, Victorious. Good morning.
Hafa day, everybody. Good morning. As we mentioned earlier at the top of the show, the COVID-19 vaccination clinics ramp back up by the Department of Public Health today, tomorrow, and Wednesday over at Ukudu High School. And joining us live now from the Dededo campus is our Adriana Cotero. Good morning, Adriana.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I am here at Ukudu High School where we're seeing actually quite a bit of foot traffic as I've gotten here got here around 9:30, and they're seeing a lot of people. And I've also, a lot of them in AMCO have tons of questions too, is what I've realized just standing here, watching them come in. They're asking a lot of questions. And to help answer those questions is Margarita Gay. She is one of the lead nurses, wears lots of hats with public health. And she's someone we saw at a lot of the different mass testing sites. I know I always would find her when I'd go there, and she was always so willing to talk. So I found her again here at Okudu at the vaccine clinic. So Margarita, if you could just tell us a little bit about making the transition from, mass testing to now here at the vaccine clinic, what it's been like for you and what you're noticing.
Well, in this mass vaccination, it's a bigger setup because it deals with different phases of getting a vaccine. And so we have 5 stations that this is the first that we assess them. This time we check your name if you're registered, and then we go in and we do the assessment. There's a doctor present, and then they get immunized. But a lot of questions with the seniors is starting from this line. And so with this tier group, we expected more issues to come up because they're more concerned. They have a lot of, they may be on a lot of medication or chronic conditions, and they just want to make sure that they're okay to take this vaccine. Mm-hmm. So they have other, disabilities with them, and then they have also a caretaker or they're part of their family with them to give them that extra support and comfort while they get vaccinated.
That's right. And something else that you and I had just briefly talked about was how a lot of them in Manamco haven't even been out of their house for months and months, and now they're coming out here, and now you really are seeing their nerves settling in and very anxious, as you had mentioned.
Yeah, they are very anxious. They're, while they're in line, they're asking questions about, is there any side effects I need to know? Is my medication okay to take it with them? So they are anxious. It's a different flow of people and issues that we're dealing with the vaccine.
And if you could, can we just go over the different general information or any requirements that Manamco need to know before heading in here today?
Okay, first of all, make sure you're registered at your mayor's office. Bring a picture ID. It doesn't matter if it's a driver's license or your senior citizen card. Your ID. If you want to bring a list of your medications, you're most welcome, because in case the doctor has issues or questions for you. And then if you need a wheelchair or some assistance, we're also available to supply you with a wheelchair and extra help with you while you're and through the vaccination process.
Definitely. Okay. And so they have to register with their village mayors, and I think that's something that is being checked off right away when people enter here, right? And then if not, then they get sent away, is what I saw as well.
They recommend you come. They'll give you the date to come back, because we're following our procedures and we just want to keep. But I just hope everyone registers. Please register before coming down. Yes, because I know we're open for 75 years and older, but the main thing is you need to be registered with your mayor's office.
Yes, registration is a big thing.
Yeah, and not every village is today.
Do you know which villages are today?
I'm not sure, but I saw Jonya.
Yeah,
some dead. So I'm not sure exactly. Those are the villages. Tomorrow I hear it was tomorrow. And nights in Wednesday. But like I said, they should know, the mayor should know which day you're going to be.
Okay. Hopefully we'll be able to get all those details from Janella in just a bit as well. And then for you personally, what has the journey of COVID been like? I mean, I know that, like I mentioned, we saw you at all the testing sites, and now you're here at the vaccine clinic. This is kind of sort of the finish line, I guess you could say.
Yes, it is. The testing was our way of knowing if we had COVID or were exposed to COVID, and it was a short flow in and out. But now that the vaccination is our finish line, our goal of our plan to vaccinate all the people of Guam as much as we can. And as a nurse, this is our signature of, yes, we did give you the vaccine. Yes, we're going to help protect Guam. And it's one of the the ways that we've been waiting for is the vaccine. So we're happy that it's here with us.
Have you been vaccinated yet?
Not yet. Supposed to be today. But my daughter and my coworkers, they did get, and they're doing fine.
You're doing okay?
Yes. Yeah. So there is minor sore in the arm, maybe a slight fever, but altogether there's not much side effects that happen to a lot of people. But it's proving itself. The vaccine's proving itself.
Do you know if it's the Pfizer vaccine or Moderna being administered today?
Right now it's Pfizer.
Still Pfizer, because I believe we received the shipment of the Moderna.
Yeah, and the nurses need to be orientated with the new vaccine.
Still need to be oriented.
Yeah, because it might be a different way of diluting it, and so we need to. We're getting that information today.
Oh, and then there'll be a training process.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, understood. Okay, and today open from 9 to 3 p.m. and then again tomorrow.
Yes, correct.
And is it for 3 days like we saw last time?
Yes,
okay.
Monday to Wednesday.
Monday
and then
to
we do community testing.
community. All right, where's the community? Will you be there at the community testing site?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. If I'm assigned, I usually am. And I think it's
At Teasen.
Yeah, but like you said, today I will have the minor.
Yes, I'm hoping I can grab it. Okay, all right. Well, thank you. Anything else you'd like to add, Margarita?
Come down when it's your turn, please, and we'll be very we'll be able to give you your vaccine without any problem. But again, please get the vaccine to protect Guam and to protect everybody else.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, and thank you for all your hard work. Yes, yes.
When I last saw you were doing a story on yourself, I said, "Oh, you got sick."
Yes.
And you got you're okay.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I was thinking of.
Thank you. And that again was Margarita Gay. She has been at everywhere, I feel like, with Department of Public Health. She has been at the community mass testings and now here at the vaccine clinic. And as I said, I'm always willing to talk. And as she also had mentioned that when coming down here, it's very important to register with your village mayors. I know I saw a couple sent away because today was not their day, and they were a little disappointed because they did make their way out here and they probably haven't been out in a while, but they'll have to come back in a future date. And then as well, hydrate prior to coming. Make sure you're taking all your medications, and then if you had a vaccine within recently, then do not come and get vaccinated as well.
I know that they're also recommending that, if you have any questions, you should check with your private physician before heading down there. But at the same time, they also have physicians on site, and also
they do. And
right.
And what I also noticed is that a lot of people are coming with caregivers. They have another person by them side, and some of it looks like there possibly some nurses might be aiding them along the way as well.
Mm-hmm. And they
enter the vaccine clinic.
And they have wheelchairs. I think that's what Margarita was mentioning.
Yep, and chairs set up right here too for people to sit down.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so we were supposed to have Janella, and I'm hoping I can find her, but she ran inside.
Okay.
There's been a lot. I know that she's been very busy this morning, from what I can tell. Just a lot of questions being asked amongst everyone.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Adriana.
Mm-hmm. Of course. Thank you all.
So again,
we have Janella.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I think there is a lot of questions. Hopefully we can.
We are live right now. So Janella, hi. Good morning. Good morning. So we actually had just spoke with Margarita Gay, and she gave us a little bit of the general information for those making their way. But if you could just tell us what villages are today, because we know that Manamco have to register with their village mayors.
Sure. Yeah. So, we opened up the registration to basically all villages who were able to, register with their respective village mayors and submit that list. I know that there were some villages that were not able to submit a list. I think Jigo was not able to submit a list of their Manamku. I think there might have been some villages who told us that they are getting their registration still together and asking their constituents to report tomorrow. I think the village of Tuman Department is doing that for tomorrow. So basically, if you were able to register with your village mayors on or before December 26th at 1 p.m. And as long as your village mayor submitted a list to us, then you should be able to come and report today. Other than, those village mayors who were not able to submit a list. And then if you registered after December 26th at 1 p.m., then it would be for tomorrow. And then if that list comes tomorrow, it would be tomorrow or on Wednesday, depending on what you registered or when your village mayor lets you know. Okay, I think we have you have to report on Wednesday instead.
Okay. Okay, and then there are doctors on site, right, to monitor the Manamco after the vaccination during the observation period?
Yes. We have Dr. Dubrowski, and we also have Dr. Bobby. So we have doctors at every vaccination.
Okay, and something I noticed, just standing here, is there's a lot more questions being asked from the Manamco. What are some of those questions that you've heard? And I guess because, we're getting them as well on the show right now.
Okay, yeah, so actually initially there was a little bit of some confusion as far as the registration this morning. So, we did have some of our Manamco show up who weren't on the registration list. I think there was some confusion as far as registration was concerned. And I think, that had to do with, perhaps some village mayors were just sending some of their constituents up here without first registering them. So we are trying to iron that out and working with the village mayors just to ensure that they're first getting them registered or clearly communicating that they need to come on the correct date. So those were a lot of the questions that we were getting this morning. And if they weren't on the list this morning, then of course we're trying to first get them on the list, get their name, their contact information, and then asking them to come back either tomorrow or Wednesday. And then, once they get inside, we do get some of them who are, of course, expressing some of that initial hesitation, which we also get with just generally, even with some healthcare professionals who have that sort of, fear with getting that shot. A lot of them are afraid of needles, but we always assure them that, just relax and breathe. And then once they get the shot, a lot of them say, you know what, I didn't feel anything, because a lot of our vaccinators are pros at this. So, but overall, we actually opened our doors a little early, before 9 o'clock. And the process so far has been pretty smooth. In fact, we kind of changed the way our layout is just to accommodate our Manamco. So instead of having them go straight into Station 2 once they register, we opened up a room to the side where they can actually wait, sit down and wait. That way we can accommodate them because we know that a lot of them are elderly. Some of them are a little bit more frail, so we have a waiting room for them to sit down. That way we can accommodate.
Some of the other questions I think I heard amongst the Manamco were whether or not there'd be any side effects with the medicine that they're already on, or if they should be taking, or if their medication is okay, and also asking about side effect questions, and then whether or not they should get the vaccine if they've had a vaccine recently. Have you heard it? That's just what I kind of heard while I was standing here.
I haven't heard that one, but we do, we did include that in our project release, cautioning them that, if they have received a vaccine within the last 14 days, then they cannot get this vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccine. We do have a handout that we give to everybody who comes through our doors, that if they receive any vaccine, whether it's a flu shot or any other vaccine, in the last 14 days, they cannot receive the COVID-19 vaccine. So, and if they have that question, of course, we have people here to answer any questions that they have.
Okay, and then I was asking Margarita a little bit about this, but the Moderna vaccine just came in and she said that there would probably be a training process needed.
Right.
Is that correct?
Right, yeah, just like with the Pfizer vaccine, the Moderna vaccine also, it's fairly new, of course, so they would also have to be trained as well with that, as with the Moderna vaccine as well, because we did just receive it early yesterday morning, and so that was also properly stored. So the nurses would also have to get acquainted with the procedure, and we're also still waiting for the ACIP recommendations and CDC recommendations for that as well.
Okay, and then there's a VACCP meeting today,
Right,
correct?
right.
What's on the agenda, or what are we seeing, or what will be discussed?
So it's at 4 p.m. tonight, and they're going to continue discussions on the Phase 1B prioritization. Phase 1B, so we started, right now we're having the Phase 1B for the 75-year-old and older population. But Phase 1B also covers the frontline critical, infrastructure workers. So they're going to continue discussions on prioritizing the rest of Phase 1B. That and also any other new developments that may have arisen since they last met, because a lot has happened, right, since December 21st. So, we did receive the Moderna vaccines. There's a lot of other things that have come up since. So I'm sure that that's also something that.
What about requests to be vaccinated by, I know GPD has been requesting, as well as local and federal, the courts.
I'm sure that that's also something they'll be discussing, because I believe GPD does fall within the Phase 1B category, because they are considered frontline essential workers. So I'm sure that that's something they'll be discussing, because, within the Phase 1B category alone, I believe there are over 5,000 people that fall under that category, and we really don't have enough of the vaccines to distribute. And that number is really just a partial figure, because we don't have the full listing of how many employees or people who fall within that category. And I think that is a figure within the government of Guam. We don't have the full figure within the private sector also, because Phase 1B also covers some private sector employees.
Okay. All right. And then as far as the clinic, going back to this, 9 to 3, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
That's correct. Monday,
right?
Tuesday, Wednesday.
Okay. Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
We just want to urge the Manunkas of 75 years and older to please register with their respective village mayors. We do see people coming in who are not registered, but we want to make sure that we do give a fair distribution of the vaccines, and we do have close to almost 100 registered. We want to make sure those who did register receive the vaccine, and it's a limited supply. So we just urge them to continue to register with their because it is a limited supply, and we want to make sure that they receive the vaccine. So just urging them to please register.
Okay. Okay. And then Thursday, community testing in Keeson?
Yes. We're still finalizing the details. I'm not sure yet exactly the location, but we will announce it hopefully by today where the location will be at what time. But Thursday is the anticipated date. Either 8 to 12 or 9 to 12. But yes, Thursday we do plan on having another community testing.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Janella. Thank you so much.
Do you plan on coming inside to do more?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm gonna head in and grab some more video for so we can have.
All right.
And then, as Janella had mentioned, she cannot stress enough to register with your village mayors in order to receive the vaccine for the Manamco.
All right. Thanks a lot, Adriana.
Thank you.
Thanks, Janella. Adriana Cotero live from Ukadu High School, where Public Health has started their vaccination clinics. They've now moved into Phase 1B of their vaccine distribution plan, and that is for our island's Manamco, 75 years of age or older. Just to give you an idea where we are, in Phase 1A, they just completed that priority group. So from December 17th through the 24th, a total of 2,158 people have joined the vaccination or have been vaccinated. At Ukadu High School, 1,194 people were vaccinated there. GMH, 561. GRMC, 326. St. Dominic's, 67 people have been vaccinated there. That includes their workers. Over at the senior care home. The Capuchin Friary, 5 people. And at Notre Dame, I think that's the convent, 5 people have been vaccinated there. Again, the total for phase 1A between December 17th through the 24th, a total of 2,158 people have been vaccinated. Public health is now moved into phase 1B. Again, that is for 75 years of age or older. If you plan on getting vaccinated and you're in this particular category, you need to register with your village mayor before you even think about going down there. Because if you do and you're not on the list, they will turn you away. That has been made explicitly clear by public health when Art Sinagatsin came on last week along with Annette Uggan. You have to register with your village mayor. Also, some pre-screening eligibility that public health has mentioned, that you must not currently be infected with COVID-19 or previously infected within the last 14 days. You must never have taken other COVID-19 vaccine products, and you must not have received any other vaccine such as the flu shot in the last 14 days. In the last 14 days. Also, if you are on the list, you did register, you followed all the protocols, make sure you eat before you go, you hydrate before you go, and take your medications before you go. They are asking that you bring a list of the medications that you're taking. There will be doctors on site to do, pre-screening and also to monitor our Manumko that take the vaccine. Again, the vaccination clinic is today, Tuesday, and Wednesday from 9 a.m. to 1 o'clock, or is it 3 o'clock? 3 o'clock in the afternoon over at Ukadu High School. Again, register with your village mayors. That is going to do it for us here on The Link. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching, listening, and streaming. And we leave you with more Hafaday Holiday Cheer from our good friend, Joe Guam. Bye.
Hafaday Holiday Cheer is brought to you by Guam Windward Memorial.
She really can't stay. She's got to go away. This evening has been so very nice. Her mother will start to worry. Her father will be pacing the floor. So really she'd better scurry. But maybe just a half a drink more. The neighbors might think, say, what's in this drink? She wish she knew how to break this spell. She ought to say no, 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 sir. At least she's gonna say that she tried. She really should stay, 'cause baby, it's cold outside. She simply must go. Her answer is no. Her welcome has been so nice and warm. Her sister will be suspicious. Her brother will be there at the door. Her maid and aunt's mind is vicious. Or maybe just a cigarette more. She's got to get home. I'll lend her my coat. I'll try to be grand, but she can't see. There's bound to be talk tomorrow. At least there will be plenty implied. She really should stay, 'cause baby, it's cold outside. She really should stay, 'cause baby, it's cold outside. least there will be plenty implied. She really should stay, 'cause baby it's cold outside. She really should stay, 'cause baby it's cold outside.